All right. Hello, everybody. It's Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. I hope you all are doing well. RW, thanks for being here, buddy. Scum TV, welcome. Hope you guys having good holidays, that sort of thing. Kind of smack dab in the middle of them right here. The big one just passed us. Obviously Christmas, but New Year's is just ahead. So I hope everyone's in good spirits. Scum, good to see you, man. Thank you for the kind greetings on that other social media platform. It was quite nice. Very much appreciated. Maybe if I have it in me, we'll shoot over to check out your live stream after. Although, I've got special guest upstairs, so I'll be wanting to go up and do some hanging up there with the people. But whatever, all good. Saturday night. Our buddy Last Dance is going to be running a little late. He is imbibing in some Christmas or holiday festivities of some sort, I think. So we'll see him when we see him. We'll probably get this thing going as soon as some people are here and we want to go live. I might play a little guitar. I do have an issue I want some technical advice on, and I do want to know how the sound is. So let me know, RW. You're always good for that and many other things, but sound good. I got a new audio cable, and it seems pretty good. Sounds fine, thank you. Yeah, I grow out the beard a little bit. I'm switching it up a little. So, yeah, I think it works. Does it sound loud enough? I can change it a little bit by moving some switch. But I have no idea what it does. The switch... Maybe I'll go like this. How's that for sound? Any better? Did that help or make it worse or change anything? I'll just leave it unless I hear otherwise. I don't know what the switch on the side of the microphone does. Red lining. Cool. Surmise. Hello. Surmise. Glad to see you, buddy. Thanks for being here. Oh, we got a small crew of 5 right now, but that usually grows to a higher number, and hopefully it will tonight. I assume sound is past loud. Okay, understood. I can back it off a little. I believe I can adjust my mic volume on here. We'll pop it down about 50% of where it was, and we'll go with that until I hear otherwise. I can keep on reducing it. I can actually go in and do a sound check. But yeah, Surmise. I don't recognize that name, so welcome. Thanks, dude. I'll stop talking about the sound now. Appreciate your efforts, RW. Hopefully you're up for joining in on cam tonight. Hope to get this thing rolling fairly soon here. Definitely some pretty interesting things going on this week with regards to Russia and planes crashing and underground cables being cut or severed somehow. I don't know. Is it a precursor for war? Sure seems like it. Good, glad to hear it, R-dubs. And I sure hate war, so I really want it all to just come to an end in as quickly a way as possible. Which leads me to a theory I've kind of been developing here. I think Putin thinks the world is done with war, and that's why he thought he could walk into Ukraine and do what he did. But to tell you the truth, I think he's run into quite a bit bigger of a problem than he expected. So, I don't know. Just want the damn thing to come to an end. But I understand that they don't want to give up their, yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, you have to have some consequences for a country attacking a sovereign nation, for sure. Cup of tea. Welcome. What is that? If you can just surmise that for me, I would appreciate it, buddy. Is it a missile? Is it a weapon? Is it a rocket? Is it a plane? And excuse my ignorance. I think I'm 95% sure it's a weapon. Just not sure what type. A little grinding going here. Ooh, that smells good. Oh yeah, I did see that. I did see that. It reminded me of the stealth fighter of 20 years ago. I don't know what the hell you're talking about there, RW, but I'll avoid that comment for now, without clarification. That's fine, though. Maybe I'm just not getting it, not reading it. I have a little smoke. Haven't had any yet today. Yeah, that fighter looks pretty interesting. Certainly don't know any of the technology that's involved with it, but it sure looks interesting. That's for sure. And I wonder what you guys are thinking. Are we on the road to bigger conflict, greater conflict, world war? I'd like to hear some opinions on that. I don't. I can be arsed. UK. Okay. Trump will save us. Yeah, I don't get the impression that Trump is gunning for war. But I don't know. He's can be tough to read sometimes. But I'm always hoping the best for him, because a good presidency means a strong country. So he's our president, and we hope he succeeds. To hope he fails is to hope your own country fails, and that is foolish. So regardless of whether you like him, success is good. That's a wet one. Gonna need a few minutes to dry. Yeah, so picked up this new wire for my microphone. It seems to be flashing red quite a bit. Does that mean it's peaking? Wow, yeah, maybe it's like way stronger, and I need to back the audio off. Just let me know. What the fuck was that? Pigpen. I'll probably do a little bit of a jam tonight. Kill some time until some people start showing up. Okay, yeah, it's the cable, RW. It's just a $6 Amazon Basics. Which I've come to find, these Amazon Basics, man, comes in a crappy box, whatever. Thick cable. Way nicer than the last one. $7. Just what I wanted. And the length of the plug-in is slightly longer, so it seats properly, if that makes sense, especially on the USB-A side. So yeah, I think what I did with the old one is I went to put the microphone away without unplugging it from the laptop, thereby jarring the stupid thing, probably cracked something inside, reduced the connectivity. Hey, Johnny Grammaticus, good evening to you. Welcome. Glad to have you. Thanks for coming back. Return customer. Very good. Yeah, cup of tea. There was some scuttlebutt about some something coming around in a very remote part of Africa, and it turns out it was respiratory infection combined with severe malaria. Not to say, the poor people who got it, I'm sure, suffered greatly and had a high mortality, but thank God it wasn't some kind of a new fever, hemorrhagic fever, whatever, flu. Bird flu's bouncing around. And we got a couple people just showed up. Chris Wright, I did have a good Christmas. It's all about the kid and the family. Me and my wife don't really put a lot of pressure on each other to buy each other gifts because we have a lot of other people we would want to buy gifts for. So, and when it comes down to it, her and I just would rather be able to pick out our own stuff than have to worry about telling the other person what to buy. Kind of a silly thing, but yeah, Chris, it was good. It was good. McGrand, good to see you, man. Haven't seen you join in, but I know you've popped around. You've been around for the chats here and there. I hope you're well. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, my friend. Reflection is important, and it's good to reflect at this time of year on the year that just passed, and of course, the anticipation of a new year. And Based Welshman, what's going on, dude? Thanks for being here. Welcome. Yeah, good day is right. Is he a TikToker? I didn't know that. I don't have a TikTok account, so I've never been on there. I don't really have a problem with it. Cool. Tire inflator battery powered, a G-Shock watch, and a new phone. Nice, dude. I got a new phone, not for Christmas. Got it before Christmas, but close. I don't wear watches, and I don't wear anything ever because I do a lot of work with my hands, a lot of physical stuff, and I also have a battery inflator made by Milwaukee, and it works great. It's the same battery I have in my drills and a hacksaw and a multi-tool. Boom, boom, boom. Pop the battery out of one of those, put it right into the battery, to the air inflator. Did my wife's car earlier. For some reason, all four tires of hers, with the weather, they seem to really go up and down. More so than you would think. I don't know what's going on there, but it seems like every winter, every couple of weeks, I've got to adjust the tires. But in the summer, they're fine. And they're new. We've had them looked at, whatever. But that sounds like a good deal, cup of tea. Good for you, man. I don't think you could, no, Jeep Grand Cherokee. She's not taking turns at like 70 miles an hour, tweaking the connection between the rims and the tire. You have to really be driving hard to do that. Cool, no worries, man. Give me a wave when you're ready. No Beamers for us, McGrand. You got to spend money to get a good Beamer, honestly. If you don't spend a lot, you're getting a jalop with BMWs. The old ones are awesome. and the new ones are awesome. But in the middle there with BMWs, there was some crap, some things that really had some problems. Talked to some mechanics about that, and then again, they also hate Jeeps, but predominantly Jeep Wranglers. They give a bad name to bad review on. A lot of mechanics do. And a lot of mechanics will tell you some of the best vehicles are made by Toyota. And I do drive a Toyota. All right, this baby's ready to fire up. No, man. I think you need a diesel to do that, John. So no, I cannot, and I would not. I don't really understand why they do that with the diesel burners, Johnny, but two different. I mean, you couldn't get two more opposite ends of the spectrum there, RW. The Z4M is I believe a two-seater, right? And it's a high performance, quick cornering, low to the ground. Sweet little number. The Rubicon is a big refrigerator box on wheels. I don't know what else to call those things. They're just big squares. They don't look very aerodynamic, but they can climb. They can do the Rubicon Trail, apparently, which is what they're named after, which is a famous off-road trail somewhere out in the Rockies, I want to say. Surmise, saying hi again. What up? What's going on? Never seen that with a Prius. Radiators on top. Weird. Never heard of that. Radiators usually in the front. The air passes over it to cool it down. Some nice meals over the last Christmas break. I made for Christmas Eve beef bourguignon. Cannot go wrong with that. Absolutely delicious. And you can use the cheap cuts of beef, and man, that stuff is very good. What else? Ham, of course. We had a nice family meal ever at my bro's house on Christmas Day. That was cool. All kinds of bizarre, random foods, as is always the case with him. But it was delicious. Always successful. That's all that matters. Rolled this just a smidge too tight, but it's functional. Let me check the settings here. I should be better. Probably cut back on the noise a little bit. Interesting things going on with Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and some of the conflicts they're having regarding immigration. I'm not sure if you guys have heard much about this in the UK. But Tesla, for example, there's a type of visa where for people who are advanced and skilled and stuff like that gets them into the country easier. HB1, I think it might be called. I can't quite remember, but Elon uses that for his multiple different companies. And I believe Trump came out and said that he is for it and that you're ready to go. Mm-hmm. And that's the type of thing that needs to be discussed with this mass immigration deportation. If there is skilled labor here, doesn't make any sense to deport them. You can't label it, every single one of them as the same. Maybe you can. I personally don't. Hello.
Greetings. I have not been paying any attention really to the H-1B, if that's what it's called.
Yeah,
do you know what the triggering event was that made everybody talk about this? Because it seems like a big nothing burger.
I honestly don't. I know it's come up recently because they're just analyzing all the aspects of this mass deportation and who it's going to include and who it isn't. And I guess they're considering that they will include that or they won't. So Elon said, don't include them because they're contributing to technology and higher end industry, if you will, not manufacturing, but like, the high end design side, engineering, whatever.
So it's picking and choosing who's going to get deported, and that's the stink.
Well, then that makes sense to me, though, doesn't it?
To me, from a business aspect, it might be cutthroat, but if you're trying to keep your nation wealthy and productive, I can understand it. I don't really have sympathy for people that would have come here illegally.
That's right.
If they've come to live the American dream and do the right thing, then they would have come in the right way. That's just how I feel about it. So, but at the same time, like, if you're going to reward people that did come in illegally because they can do data entry on a computer for cheap, that's just like a slave owner on a cotton plantation type deal. Like, it's like you're taking advantage of a human and not punishing them because you're going to punish them by the minimum wage job you're about to stick them in.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, if somebody's has one of these visas, I think you can only get it by a legal mean of entry. You don't come in illegally and then get one.
Well, then what? Then it's not picking and choosing for mass deportation because they came in legally. They're not even part of that. That's not even related then.
Then maybe it's entirely possible that I'm wrong.
Okay. If anybody can educate us in the chat, feel free, because I'm pretty ignorant on this.
I'm going to go ahead and let a guy in who hasn't been here in a while. And I know he's passionate about this subject.
McGrandy! Awesome, buddy. Welcome.
How you doing, man? Welcome.
Hey, boys.
Howdy.
Good to see you. How are you? How you been?
I'm good. I got to check my hair.
You good, man? Good. You have more than me. You're doing fine.
Yeah.
All right.
More than me too, dude.
So,
do you have any knowledge on what we're talking about? More than we do, maybe?
Yeah, a lot of it.
Good.
All right.
Are you going to share the knowledge or just letting us know that you have more? Okay.
It's a segue.
Okay.
Just like Smokesteve's hit.
There you go.
Welcome back, Anti.
But first of all, it's good to see you guys.
For sure.
And the reality is we are a nation of immigrants. And what's going on right now is an effort to divert attention from the real problems. In that the Greenland thing, the Panama thing, what was it? There was a third. Oh, Canada.
Canada.
We're going to make Canada the 51st state. It's all a bogus diversion.
I'm not against Greenland at all, man. Could you imagine America pulling in that volume of resource?
I don't know how it works.
It's not up for us, man. That's not our territory. That's like, it's like the folly. The folly just continues to happen because
what would make it? Is there a way? Is there a way to make it our territory ethically?
No, it's not ours.
Just don't expand.
Well, here's the funny thing: the Republicans they all want to pull back from wars and everything else, and all of a sudden you want to be isolationist, and then all of a sudden you want to annex Canada. Panama Canal. You know the story.
You just want to run on proxy.
No. Do you know the story behind why we gave up the Panama Canal? I can tell you.
I thought it was part of the
I'm
deal.
not aware of the Panama situation besides memes.
No, I can tell you this. I can tell you. It happened in the 70s. It was Jimmy Carter. Panama was controlled. By the way, Panama used to be part of Northern Colombia before they built a canal. Before we would build a canal, the United States, after the French fucking lost all those fuckers, we built a canal. But that was actually Northern Colombia.
Didn't China build the canal?
No. China did not build a canal. They came in later. But anyway, dude, I'm happy your man got elected because you feel like vindicated.
I don't think it's Steve's man. It's not my man either.
No, I think he is. I think he's your man. But anyway,
I'm glad that we're not having another 4 years of whatever the hell is happening now.
You wait for the next 4 years, buddy.
It'll be different. I understand that.
Oh, yeah. You wait for the next 4 years. All right. Anyway, so we're talking about the Panama Canal, right?
Okay.
So the French tried to build it. They all died. And then we came in and we did it. We built that fucker. Did you know that Johnny Weissmuller's family came from the Panama Canal? You know that John McCain was born in the Panama Canal area? Yeah, under U.S. control. Yeah.
That was Tarzan, right?
Yeah, Johnny Weissmuller, Betty.
Yeah.
I went to school with his nephew. He was in my class, dude. Weissmuller. I used to say it because of the German, the W becomes a V.
Sure.
I used to say it to him all the time. Weissmuller. He was a big guy, just like his. Guess what? Johnny Weissmuller was a big fucking guy, man. I saw his footprints. Anyway, he was in Fort Lauderdale. I heard he went nuts in Hawaii later on.
That's a good place to go nuts.
Yeah. But anyway, what are we talking about? Oh,
I have a question. I have a topic. So I saw Twitter gave me a feed this morning that I'm not following or anything, and it was some lady saying that Bill Gates has been indicted. She used her words very special, but basically under a civil lawsuit in the Netherlands, Bill Gates is now indicted for lying to them about the COVID vaccination. I'm very curious to see if anything happens in any way, shape, or form about that, because I have a feeling that it's another nothing burger.
I don't even know why you brought that shit up, man. That's
why bullshit. I brought that up.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Because he is a guy that got away with saying a lot of stuff, and now people are going after him for it because it was not truthful.
Wow, that's funny. What about Donald Trump?
Can you repeat the statements?
Donald Trump got elected into. I cannot believe how. Anyway,
The statement, the statement is
BW,
that
Base, you're alive, man.
Good evening.
Good evening.
the
Hey there.
statement is that Bill Gates is under civil law indictment in the Netherlands for lying to the population about the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, because as it turns out, between him and Fauci, a lot of shit went on.
Welcome, Aphid. I just don't think it's going to actually go to court. I don't think it's it's not like they can extradite him to the Netherlands. I wouldn't think. Maybe for some type of higher than a civil lawsuit. I'm not sure how that works.
I think there's something going on in the Far East as well as the Philippines or Malay.
They fed.
They want to take Dr. Fauci to court.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, he's the most protected man in the government. Full stop. He's more protected than the president, I think. I mean, to be honest with you, if you're going to be head of the medical decisions, right, for over 50 years, if you hold that job for more than 50 years, you must work with Big Pharma because Big Pharma would have kicked you out fucking decades ago. So you must be a really good pal to Big Pharma.
Hey, Base, how you doing, buddy? I gotta tell you, everything you got about Fauci, we can accept that. Can we?
The hell?
There goes the power bill.
That was weird.
There were 50p in. I said his connection would go down.
Huh.
He's in that backward state of Florida, isn't he?
Yeah. No good that comes from Florida down there.
Oh, Florida's so beautiful, man. Such.
Yeah, I mean, if Fauci spends 50 years in the job, he must be working with the big pharma, the big boys, and he must be having good dealings with them. He must have a very good relationship because keeping that government position for over 50 years takes an awful lot.
You think he rubbed a couple shoulders?
Well, yeah, it's like it's like Hoover, isn't it, in the FBI. This is the sort of length we're talking now. Crazy.
We're gonna fix all that next year. America's gonna run like a well-oiled war machine.
Sorry, guys.
Machine.
It's all right. I mean, I think Fauci, in my all honest opinion, did a very poor job with regards to COVID and the pandemic and his idea. Honestly,
well,
yes.
Well, he lied to the Senate, don't you, about gain of function, and he's been proven to lie.
Yeah.
He also lied about the Wuhan lab.
Yeah, it was he made a number of lies at the Senate, right? And I believe he's going to get a pardon for those, so he can't get caught up on. I think, or has he already had one?
You think there's going to be more pardons handed out before the end of this?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, has to be. But
he's on vacation though; he might not have time to do that.
Well, it's all in hand, mate. It's all been in hand for fucking years. He's going to make sure he gets a green card all the way.
If to pardon his son caused a kerfuffle, but if he pardons Dr. Fauci, that's not going to go very well.
You're talking about a preemptive pardon because no charges would have been filed yet. Right. Not automatically. A pardon implies you're pardoning them for something nefarious and criminal that they did that they could be charged for. So the preemptive pardon admits something at that level of, we know he did it, but we don't think it's something he should be prosecuted for. So
it's not in the public interest that he's mostly responsible for 1 million dead people. I think worldwide 1 million died.
The numbers are very approximate.
Somebody would argue that way, way, way more would have died if there was no vaccine or vaccine mandates.
Yeah, but if it wasn't for gain of research, there wouldn't have been a fucking a COVID disease. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for gain of function. So by releasing their experiments accidentally, maybe they did it accidentally. I don't know, but releasing what they developed caused all the deaths worldwide. So if it wasn't for them, full stop. And he lied about it in the Senate.
I mean, it might be a little more complicated than that. First of all, the coronavirus exists before gain of function, but it would be a lesser.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been what it was. It wouldn't have been what it was without gain of function.
And I would have to see the numbers of who died actually from that illness and if they were vaccinated or not. There's a lot of data
but nothing would have been nothing would have been if they hadn't done gain of function. All right, nothing would have been. The COVID thing would have come and passed. Remember, it's still here now, and no one's taking vaccines.
There wouldn't have been a world
we're all fine. We're all fine, by the way. COVID hasn't gone away, and we're all fine.
Yeah, there was just a epidemiologist on NPR the other day espousing about how the numbers are so infinitesimally small for people that are still getting the COVID vaccine. And he's on there pleading with the public health, like that everybody should continue to get it. And even the people who got it once or twice are not getting it anymore. So why are they still pushing it?
Yep.
I mean, seem to be doing okay without it.
Be able to push it. If anything, they should be pushing flu vaccines.
Steve, nothing changed. I mean, the only thing that changed is that everyone in the world caught it at some point and has got antibodies against it. And it might not stop you from getting it again, but it's certainly the natural human how humans have developed and evolved, and we've dealt with it that way. You catch it, you have antibodies, and you won't get as bad next time. Or we'll stick some foreign thing they've put together and roll the dice. No thanks.
I'm not sure about your statement there. I haven't talked to many people that are regretful of it. More so that they just wouldn't. I don't know.
Well, trust me, you regret it if you haven't had 7 jabs. So I think that's what it was originally. The first lot, they wanted you to take 7 jabs. It was like every 3 months in the end. Well, if you're not on number 7, right, you obviously regret it because you've already taken 2,
should
3,
Amazon
or 4.
work with a subscription plan for that, where they just ship it in the mail every year?
He's back. I mean, yeah, the whole COVID thing, it's over. The big scare is the next virus coming down the line. And, regardless of whether it came from a lab or from a dirty, disgusting, blood-filled market, it came from China and it came from some kind of just poor sanitary or lab practices, whatever it was. These things need to be fucking corrected, man. This shit can't be happening. Either way, it's asinine that it came from potentially either one of those places. And they shouldn't be shutting down these damn wet markets. And the labs need. It's insane.
I do get your point, but just remember one thing. They said it came from a wet lab. I think it was 7 kilometers away. It was the COVID research facility.
Yeah.
It was the biggest one in China. And that was like literally a couple of clicks down the road.
Yeah, right there.
So, it was always going to be a cover story. They were always going to throw a cover story out there. And the wet lab just fitted the bill. I know it's disgusting. I'm not going to say it's not.
Wet market, yeah.
I have some intimate perspective on this.
Wet lab.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for my bringing me back. I had some technical issues, but in 2019, a guy I worked with actually went to Wuhan, and it was in December of 2019. And if you know anything about Wuhan, it's not like Beijing or anything else. It's not on the coast. It's farther west. And he told me about the train ride and all and he was actually at the wet market.
Jesus.
Yeah. And this was December of 2019. Like just before Christmas.
Yeah.
Is the wet market the red light district of China?
No, it's where they sell the wild meat. The wild meat.
Yeah, it's the blood, live, gross.
It's the wild meat.
Pangolin, baby.
But anyway, this guy comes back and he's sick.
Oof.
Yeah. Comes into the office and guess what? Everybody gets sick.
They didn't even have tests for it at that
Yep.
time.
It was December 2019, so it's like New Year's, maybe January 2020. And
Happy New Disease.
that's where that and whether and that was the beginning. That was like Aphid. Good to see you, buddy.
Hi, you too.
Yeah. That was like the beginning. You know? Good to see
wild.
you too, Based.
Wild, man. What are you getting over, or you guys, everybody, about this plane crash? Pretty sure this wasn't just your average run-of-the-mill plane crash. It appeared to be some.
The one in Russia?
No, I'm pretty sure the Russian government admitted to it being taken down by anti-aircraft.
Bullshit. That thing, I saw the fuselage.
Right now.
I saw the fuselage. That thing never took
The
off.
Russians have admitted it. The Russians have admitted it. They've already apologized.
Yeah, I'm pretty
It
sure
never took off the ground. I know, but it never took off the ground. There was no anti-aircraft. That was a mechanical failure. It never took off the ground. I saw the fuselage. It never.
Wait there. Wait there. The people that survived. The people that were survived. A lot of the people that survived were in the rear section because in front of them it was all flamed out. So it looks like the plane cracked up into like two or three pieces. And I think
it's available. I can get the video.
I'm not seeing the same video you guys are seeing.
Oh, but the video's there, and you can see the tail section has all been shot up and all that.
Well,
but you can also see.
I apologize. I haven't seen that.
You can also see people being dragged away, and they're clearly alive and injured.
Yeah.
I
Wait.
put something in the back chat, I have, Steve.
Right.
In the back chat, mate.
If they're being dragged away, then that means they're on a runway, right?
No, you're off, McGrandy. These ain't the droids you're looking for, bro. You're way off, kid. You're way off.
I'm just asking questions. What happened?
It's the middle of a field.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you just Google, if you just YouTube,
I am way
Twitter
off.
There's a link in the back chat in a YouTube video if people want more information.
Yeah.
I think
the headline for the article is Putin apologizes. Dang it! Putin apologizes over tragic Azerbaijan.
Who's getting the win? Base, you outside?
You know,
no.
It sounds like you guys are apologists for Putin.
I'm just reading an article, dude.
No. You and BW seem to be like Russian agents, man. You scare me.
Yeah. Well, admitting that Putin has apologized and you know nothing about it, and you know nothing about the crash. I can't open if you're ill-informed.
No,
it's already come out. He's apologized. I don't know what more.
Well, I apologize to you, but I'm just saying you sound like an apologist for him.
Well, no, just because we're informed and you're not, it's not really our problem.
Okay. Well, perhaps you're right.
If you'd have said Putin apologized, which is a factual statement, then does that make you a Putin apologist?
No, you're rationalizing for him.
I'll own it.
No, he's apologized. He's admitted guilt. Russia have admitted guilt.
Why did you even bring him into it?
Who's got the background?
Because you brought the subject.
Am I the only one hearing it?
No, you're not.
It's me. There, it's gone.
Yeah. Whew.
Oh yeah.
It was hard. You probably couldn't hear it, but on our end, that's all. No.
All right. I'm high winds up. I cut you off, so I prepared for this in advance because I'm in a tree house. You got to understand, man. It's
I-
blowing up here. You're underground. I'm like,
Yep.
huh?
That's all right.
All right. So
I'd
Yeah,
rather
so
have
I-
your view.
Do
That's
you
why I'm more
see that?
quiet.
Do you see that Tucker link in the back, mate?
Tucker link.
Yeah, the Tucker Carlson link. The TN.
Oh, that YouTube thing is Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
Tucker.
So
Yeah, we got to get Tucker in there. It's
so
part
he's
of the
just
fucking Russian fucking program here.
There's
I think you're an agent, BW, and same with you,
That's
RW.
fine with me.
I think you're a
Yeah,
Russian
it's,
agent, both of you.
That's cool.
I think it's only a 2-minute video.
Yeah, no,
Another flight crashed in South Korea just recently.
Oh, what do you think about that? That was Putin's fault.
It was a long range air defense, probably.
Oh, wow.
Just
He
wait
is
for the
a-
apology. We'll see how it goes.
It reminds me of Donald Sutherland. What was that movie with Donald Sutherland working for the Nazis in fucking Ireland? It's the same thing.
Was it a
RW
Disney
is
movie?
definitely a fucking BW is definitely a foreign agent.
All right,
There he is.
you want to see the plane crash as it is right now?
Okay.
Best video
let's go.
of it? All right, it's behind the crane right there.
This is Azerbaijan or South Korea?
Azerbaijan.
I thought it was Kazakhstan.
Yeah, it's Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan.
Azerbaijan Airlines.
Fuck.
Yeah.
The fact
Nobody's
that
getting
anybody
off
walked
that
away
puppy.
from that is
Did you
amazing.
see that? Did you see that arm?
Okay, so here's some of the bullets.
How many survivors came off that puppy?
30 or 40.
28,
Really?
close
Yeah.
30, close to 30.
Oh my
That's
god.
crazy.
It's a
They had the
miracle.
ride of their life.
That's a
Yeah,
miracle.
they definitely had a ride of their life.
They probably
That
got
was
free.
A couple of them were all right. A couple of them. I seen a
Really?
woman.
Like, didn't
She-
even have to go to the hospital or whatever?
Well, no, she looked like she had a broken ankle.
Look at that shit.
But,
This
but,
is
um,
definitely peppered.
she looked all right.
Definitely peppered.
That's
She
That's
looks all
crazy.
right.
shrapnel,
That's
man. There's-
crazy, man.
That was shrapnel in the fucking tail.
Exactly.
There was a lot of fucking damage there. It could have come from the engine.
There's,
So
there's
come
more
from the edge.
footage. There's more footage of lots of bullets in it. Lots of bullets, and in fact, there's also mobile footage of passengers inside where you can see the blood and the holes through the fuselage from the inside while the plane was still in the air.
So that plane took ground fire. Small
Well,
arms,
yeah,
apparently.
it looks like anti-aircraft fire, but
Really?
the reality was, there was people when the plane was maybe like 20 seconds from impact, and you could see there was blood on the inside of the plane. There was holes on the inside.
Yeah, there was a friggin' guy their life vests popped out. A guy's life vest had a hole through it, from shrapnel on the plane.
Probably
Wow.
saved his ball sack.
Where do you guys get this video, man?
Well, just
I've
Twitter,
got
mate.
I got a great
RussianAgent.com.
No, follow at @DayRaktar_1love on Twitter. Special Kherson Cat. Great follow.
Fuck. Lost my camera.
Can
Fuck.
you
No,
play
we
that
can see
video,
you. We
Steve?
can see you.
All right, but I lost my fucking feed.
Oh, you can't see us. Grande
The
having
solar
the
players
struggle,
hitting Florida.
riding the struggle bus tonight. They call it.
That's this is a good follow right here for X. For breaking stuff. Good inside news.
I'll check it.
One love. I like that.
It's Bob Marley. He's still alive.
I got the Legends album for Christmas.
Oh shit.
Happy about that.
You got
What-
Legend for Christmas?
On what platform?
Vinyl.
Nice.
Oh, cool. Legend is a little cliched. It's like kind of everyone's first Bob
Right.
Marley, but it's a great one. It's got
Yeah.
a good. My favorite is probably Babylon by Bus. It's a live album, absolutely fabulous.
I'll have to get that one too.
Oh, it's so fucking good, dude.
Can you guys see me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I've lost my my interface.
Well, you're not John Cena, bro.
Well, your outer face is still on, so
All right, so I'm going to try and.
Anyone get that John Cena joke?
No.
No.
What'd you say there, Smokesteve?
I said, you're not John Cena. Because John Cena's line, you can't see me. You can't see me.
I guess I don't know that John
Got some
Cena
more?
line.
Yes,
Right.
Steve, can you play that video, mate? That one on YouTube.
The one,
I'm going to have to
Hero
do a
Worship?
shutdown and come back. So
Hero Worship of Fauci, that one?
Yeah.
No. That's 10
Right.
minutes.
No, it's not 10 minutes, is it?
No, there's two videos.
You nobody got
back
time
there.
for that?
Wait,
The
let me check.
CNN, Russia, air defenses. It's 10 minutes.
No, that's my link. That's the proof of the article.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes spaced.
I'm just dropping
right.
sauces, bro.
Sorry. I didn't
all right.
realize it was that long, mate. I watched it. I thought it was 2 to 3. To be fair.
No worries. No
Oh,
worries.
excuse me.
Yeah, so basically, they're doing a thing about Fauci again, and it's a documentary, and it's supposed to be exclusive on TCN for a month. And I was like I was a preview of it, so
Haven't seen it.
it's quite shocking, gotta say it.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a abridged version, or if you want to pick out a particular part, I can play it.
Just summarize it, dude.
Topple doing some searching while he's all infirmed. Sorry if you didn't want to say you're infirmed.
No, he's got AIDS.
Right.
I got some bad news. My dog's got cancer.
Oh, Traeger.
terrible
dude.
news.
Oh, it's
Bad news.
Poor little fella.
He's having an op on the 30th.
Damn.
Terrible news.
Good
It's
luck.
not good. It's not good because it's been there now for about 18 months, and I sort of left it because it was his first lump.
Honestly, I don't know how it is over there, but I feel like that's pretty fast for getting something scheduled and done.
I could have had it done in days.
Oh wow, it's very surprising.
I pulled it off. I didn't want to do it over Christmas because I thought it'd be a bit crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck. It's tough to deal with that sort of thing, man.
Thank you for you guys dealing with my technical difficulties.
It's all right. It's all right. No problem at all. You ain't been on in a while. You got to iron out the bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you drinking there, McGrandy, or are you out on the wagon still?
No, I'm not on the wagon. Haven't been still for a long time.
I think you had something like bronchitis, pneumonia, some shit, right?
I was sick for a while, but
Yeah. But you got over it. Nothing like too bad, I hope.
no, I did all right. I lost some weight, but
Yeah, you ain't got much to lose, bro. So eat some sandwiches. Bird flu, yeah. Bird flu is bubbling up, right?
yeah.
They found it in a person.
And in fact, the last time I got sick, I really felt sick. So maybe it's out there. But you know what? The great flu of the 1919 was that was a bird flu, man.
Yeah.
So
If I had to guess, I would guess cup of tea meant it ignorantly because he refers to you as a gizzard or a balcony buzzard.
well, that might be true, but that might be true.
That's a stretch. That's pretty good.
I do not recognize.
Well, I do know cup of tea very well.
Yeah,
I know, but he has failed to show his face to us, so therefore, his opinion does not carry much weight.
Wait.
Yeah.
Nice.
You've lost more weight than he can carry.
Here we go.
Well, I based on him by now, based on our own attrition ratio, I could probably still punch him in the face.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you guys continue that. I'll be back momentarily. Keep the fun going.
Wait, Wait, is it a 5-gallon bucket outside so he can take a piss? Oh, he's going for
No,
more
he
beer.
he just chips the concrete. What you got like
That's wind.
you
That's
got
wind.
like
I brought the wind back for you, man.
you got the gale force winds going on out there, dude.
Out of the south. That's that direction over there.
What do you think? Jeez, that is so loud. What do you think those winds are at?
Your headphone quality is too good.
Probably 15 at the most.
Oh, it sounds way louder than that.
I know, because
Sounds
it's a vacuum. It's like these buildings create valleys.
yeah.
You guys, it's all flatland down here, but the buildings create corridors for the wind, and it's absolutely amazing. I go to the lee side. You know what the lee side is? You guys are sailors.
Nope.
It's on the
It's
back
beside
side.
the
It's
lee
on the
canyon.
back side of the wind.
I live on
Backside.
I
I
live
go
in
to
the
the-
center
I go
of
to-
the United States, the
No,
furthest I could possibly be.
On the lee side.
I
of the
know.
United
I
States.
go to the lee side of the wind, which you guys can understand because you get tornadoes and shit. Got storms come from the east or the west. You know what I'm talking about. Lee side meets downwind. I go to the other side of the building. It's one of the benefits of the tall buildings. Is whoa, shit came right in my face. You can get out of the wind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
McGrandy, on a serious note, with the old Russia
Yes, sir.
and Ukraine,
Mm.
what would you suggest the next steps that the US should take?
Well, that's a good question because based on what's happened with the new administration coming into place, and
I'm not on about the new administration. I'm on about what would you do?
what would I do?
Yeah.
Well, I think the problem in Ukraine is they're running out of people.
Well, I would agree with you there.
Yeah. And if it were me and our president, I'd be pouring a lot of.
But I'm still alive.
I,
Ladies are listening to the Highwaymen upstairs. Now that is good music.
You, McGrandy, you said you'd pour a lot of what?
To be fair to UBW, I'm going to answer your question. I think what's really going on, if we were to be true as to what is happening right now, is that there is faltering support for Ukraine, and the West seems to be abandoning Ukraine because of Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump was elected.
I'm on about what you would do. I'm not about what Trump's going to do.
All right, if I would
do,
what I would do is I would pour massive resources into Ukraine.
Great. I knew you were going to say that. So let me read the next statement. Let me read the next statement. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused devastating loss of lives, widespread humanitarian crisis, and other global effects. As of April, Congress has appropriated more than 174 billion to assist Ukraine. Okay, so that includes that's the military and the aids. So far, I would suggest you've mostly ploughed 200 billion US taxpayers into this. And I knew you were going to go for that. Plough loads of money in. Right?
Yes.
When do you think enough's enough? Because remember that there's been maybe 500,000 more and more reports now are actually admitting the death toll. The death toll on both sides is horrendous.
I can explain that to you. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I think from the perspective of being an American, and a pure American, a man who loves his country above any government or any politics. What we are seeing in the Ukraine, as we have seen throughout the rest of the world, is this is a testing field that determines the strengths of our enemy. We're not talking FBI here. We're talking CIA. This is the ability for us to utilize foreign forces to experiment and to expand on the capabilities of our enemy.
Yeah. So a bit like
as you, a man from Great Britain, you should understand that these endeavors and experiments are actually gathering major information.
Can I add
on the weaknesses?
Yeah, he's
and
not going anywhere.
the lack of capabilities of our future enemy,
Go on,
Russia.
Steve.
Let me add something to what you're saying. If I kind of read some of it correctly, I think Russia thought that the world's taste for war was non-existent, and I thought Russia thought this was going to be much easier than it was.
Yes,
it's shown to be much more challenging than they anticipated because of the support they've received from other countries.
Yeah, but it's been materials. It's been materials and weapons, no manpower. So basically, everyone's happy with Ukrainians dying, but Germany, NATO, obviously the UK, there is no appetite. America, there is no appetite at all for sending our boys onto their trenches. No appetite at all. The thing is, the reason why they, is taken is that we've thrown, billions and billions of pounds at it. Maybe 300 billion between everyone has been thrown
so
at it.
If we can help Ukraine be successful with just sending money, and is that a bad thing or is that a good thing?
Yes, because you're deluding. It's like affirming to trans people. You're deluding to like the truth. The truth is the numbers won't add up in the end. Sadly, there's not enough people in Ukraine anyway. It was 38 million originally. There's mostly about 10 million there now, and in Russia you've got 125. So just talking on like simple maths, it just wouldn't add up. And Russia are quite happy to keep on ploughing men after men after men.
You know what? I disagree. Here's the thing.
They've lost a lot of men.
Americans.
You can't disagree with the statement of losing a lot of men.
I can. No,
okay.
I can disagree in this sense. I can disagree. I do not disagree with your numbers and your calculations, but I disagree with your lack of compassion for the vigor of a people who are survivors. Let me tell you something about the Russian people. Let me tell you something about the Russian people. The Russian people are mostly Ukrainian. Their greatest strength comes from Ukraine. The greatest strength of Russia comes from Ukraine.
What your ideas with compassion is a danger. I'm looking at reality. Reality, right, is I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, sadly, they're not going to win. They're going to end up losing a third of their country, maybe. And they're going to
perhaps
they're going to lose 400,000, 500,000 men. Absolutely outrageous. And for what? Because you had compassion. Because you wanted to have compassion. We've gone past that stage now, and the Ukrainians have gone back.
Wait,
they're going to pull out of Kursk.
Let me understand this. Are you saying they should lay prostate to the fucking Russians and fucking give up?
No.
Are you saying that?
I'm saying there should be a resolution on both sides where they come to the table.
You're a child. You're a child because it's not going to happen, my friend.
Yeah.
Putin is not going to do that. Yeah. He has too much face to lose. So how are we going to find a way to finish this?
Putin doesn't need to come to the table. Zelensky needs to come to the table.
No.
For fuck's sake, Putin's doing fine.
He's not going to do it.
He's busy dancing on the table.
Morally
do it.
speaking,
I can.
Putin is the one who attacked a sovereign country, regardless of what you think
I
about
agree.
Ukraine.
I agree with you, Steve. But when he was talking earlier on McGrandy about experiments and CIA, well, in 2014, the CIA
Evening,
went
all.
to Ukraine, didn't like the democracy that they voted for in Ukraine, and then destabilized the government, caused a coup. And the reason why they destabilized the government in 2014 is why we're here now in 2024.
Because it was a
All
stolen
connected.
election.
It wasn't a stolen election. It was just
Yes,
because
it
you
was.
didn't like it. It wasn't. You got no receipts for that. What it was because he was a Putin supporter, and the CIA and Americans didn't like that type of democracy, just like the Americans do
Thank
with any
God.
democracy they don't
Thank
like.
God for that.
With any democracy they don't
Thank
like, they
God
want
for
to get
that.
involved.
And remember,
Well,
before this war,
if you noticed,
there
he
were
called it
4
an
years.
experiment earlier on. He called it
There were 4
experiment.
years of the green men coming across the border.
Experiments on human life.
They were playing like they weren't Russians.
I don't like that
This
type of
is a
democracy.
foul,
It's not our type. It's not our type of
foul.
democracy. It's not our type of democracy. We have to crush it.
Anyway,
Yeah, I mean,
all these things are true.
I want it to end, and I don't want Ukraine to. The whole thing is so incredibly fucking complex. You can't really say I want this or I want that. It's a very nuanced answer that it's not easy to come by. There are actually people in Ukraine who identify more as Russian. They speak Russian. They're in Russian-speaking areas.
They're all in the east.
What those individual people want,
that's the areas. That's the areas
say.
contention. That's the areas in contention. The east areas.
Right.
You know,
there's a lot going on here besides just the opinions of some jackasses on a live stream, no offense. But there's, I think, way more than we can even imagine. Probably from both
some
sides.
some of the stuff which this is fact. You can look it up whenever you want. But some of the stuff that's going on, the headlines is all about the war. But when you look at some of the stuff behind it, when you put sanctions on a country that you want to defeat, you would have thought they'd be pretty strict. So a couple of weeks ago, this came into the news because we'll get the new figures for the second half of the year in January. But in the first half of this year, America and Europe bought £2 billion worth of oil from Russia through a loophole because it went to Turkey first and then it was refined. And once it's refined in another country, you got a loophole. So that's £2 billion, which obviously cheap fuel for the US and for Europe. And they reckon it's probably going to be about that same amount again once they release the second week's of figures as well.
They can sell crude oil. They can sell. It's funny how they put the loophole.
It's bullshit.
We put our own.
No, it's not. Honestly, McGrandy, you can look it up. You can read it in Zelensky.
It's a diversion from the argument that we're talking about.
No. Let me finish. Let me finish. Right. So that's that. There's that. Also, only this week. And they were all American companies, actually. Biggest one of all, Intel, massive profits. Where's major sales going to at the moment? China. It's all chips for things like drones and this, that, and the other. And China are then shipping them through to Russia. Now, Zelensky's cottoned onto this and says, why isn't this loophole another loophole? What? Why isn't it being stopped? Well, who wants to stop that when you're making so much money? And then you've got a. This was really interesting. You've got a channel in Ukraine called Deep State, and they were up until a few days ago very well respected for they're pro-Ukrainian. So it's a lot of bias, but they're pretty good in terms of telling the truth. People will tune in on YouTube to find out what's actually going on. So this week they reported that somewhere up in the north of Ukraine, the Russians had surrounded them, and they should have called the troops out, but they're there and they're getting slaughtered because they're totally surrounded. So Deep State reported this. Zelensky himself made them close the channel. If they carried on reporting, the threat was they would be sent to the front line, and they went down for a day, and the very next day they said, we've got it wrong. All the troops managed to get out. So now they've lost all their respect because everybody knows they're lying because they don't want their channel shut down.
So, Lee, that was on Will IOM's channel
That's right.
today.
Yeah,
You
he's
watched
brilliant.
it as well, did you? You watched it as well.
Yeah,
So that was on his channel as well.
Wow.
And one last thing, right? Just with all the shit that's going on beyond where people are making so I've already told you people like Lockheed, Radian, so billions and billions of pounds of profit. But this was really interesting. This I went down a wormhole with this, or a rabbit hole. There was a little BBC article. We have little tabs at the top for BBC News. One of them's War in Ukraine, so you can read what's going on. And there was it's not a nuclear power station, but it is a station that provides electricity to people in Ukraine. And the company's called DTEK, DTEK. So I thought, oh, I'm going to look into DTEK. So the more I looked into them, I find out they're owned by a Ukrainian, is it called oligarch or whatever, huge, billionaire. He's worth a couple of billion. He employs 2,000 people worldwide. And DTEK, when you start going through almost like a family tree, you see the amount of companies he owns is a huge amount. Well, imagine a warehouse that's housing something that's creating electricity. A drone had hit the roof, taking a load of the roofing off, and he said, "Oh, even though I'm worth billions, we can't let the elements of the weather get in here because we can't have snow falling on this sort of equipment." So he put in a claim through another company that he owns called, I think it's called SCM or SES.
It's an insurance company.
83 million pounds to the European Commission, and they gave it to him. And he's got so much money. They're making money. It's a gravy train. It really is a gravy train. People are behind this war. People are making billions of pounds. Billions.
Yeah, at the cost of Ukrainian men. I keep saying it because Blinken said it from the American government. He said our number one objective is to weaken Russia. And it's not US. There's no US army, lives at risk apart from the mercenaries. So he's super happy, and he said this a while back, and had a smile on his face when he said it. And he qualified it.
And you know what, Based? I've said this before. Isn't it amazing with all the Western propaganda that we're weakening him so much that his armaments are down, he's running out of tanks, they're running out of shells. Right, so that's the story we're getting. I'm sure you are as well. Yeah. And yet in the same fucking breath, when you watch these European leaders, we've got to pile more money into our own defense and to the Ukraine because he's going to go into Lithuania next, or he's going to go into Estonia, or he's going to go into Poland. Well, hang on a minute. You were just saying he's on his knees, and now you think he's going to take on NATO as well.
Don't forget, they've stopped talking about his strokes, his dementia,
his cancer,
his cancer, his terminal diseases. Remember, they've done that for about a year, 18 months. That's completely disappeared now. All these terminal MS, get everything.
Have you guys heard any information on what's happening in Syria since the fall of their government?
I heard about the Christmas tree incident with the Christians. So, already beginning to fall apart as far as I'm concerned. Did you not hear about that?
No.
I heard about it. I didn't get it. I mean,
so this guy who's bringing peace to Syria, and he's going to, unite it all. Who is a big head honcho of Al Qaeda and invited ISIS. And now all of a sudden he's not a terrorist. We talk to him and we give him some, because his big plea is, I need money. I need money to build the infrastructure and everything. Oh, yeah, right. So we got to stump up for that, have we, as well?
We give him 40 million, I think it was. I think we've given him 40 million already.
And then obviously a lot of religions within that country, like any country. So the Christians decide to put up a Christmas tree in a town centre.
Right.
And then,
I think they're called Alawites. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it gets burnt down, and then there's chaos and a bit of trouble. I think they managed to stamp it out, but it's just not going to work, is it? It's just not going to work.
They're not just burning down Christmas trees. No. There's a video on X, Twitter. I posted it myself as well. They ask a guy, "Are you Sunni or Alawite?" He gives the wrong answer to that question, and then he gets riddled with bullets, right on camera.
What's Alawite?
Is it true that some of the rebels are saying it's Syria today, tomorrow it's going to be some other place, and we're going to go into Israel, and it's like, these are little groups that spawn off of all of this.
Wait, who is going in?
The rebels were saying that they were. This
Yeah,
isn't
they
the
were
end.
saying that we're
Yeah.
going to take Mecca, we're going to go Jerusalem next, and then Mecca, and we're going to essentially the kind of ISIS talk of the Islamic Caliphate. They're going to reunite the Caliphate again.
I mean, I've watched a couple of Bold and Beautiful, Bold and Bankrupt. He's done a couple of videos from there, and some other people, and the prison cells in there were crazy, mind you. I mean,
I can't.
my position is not strong really on either side at the moment because what there was like cells with no sunlight, and you could see how many people were in there by like their blankets. They had they were lined up like a coffin, and
Pidgey,
they were held in conditions like that for years.
did you also see? Did you also see? This was reported. Not that you can always trust what the BBC say, but I was amazed they covered it. That Turkey confirmed that when the rebels were taking over, they saw, and Ukraine have said they don't want to comment, Ukrainian drone experts with Ukrainian drones teaching the rebels how to use them and fly them so they could succeed. So isn't it amazing? You've got Zelensky in one hand with his begging bowl out, constantly saying, we need money, we need drones, we need this, that, and the other. But he can spare troops to go to Syria and support a load of ISIS and Al Qaeda people. And it's fact. This isn't a lie.
It's not Zelensky. It's the CIA. The CIA are all over Syria.
But they can still
to be fair,
do
I
that,
wouldn't even blame Zelensky. I wouldn't even blame Zelensky. He's at war with Russia. So anyway, he could weaken Russia at this point. I can get his point for doing it.
Well, I still think
it's. Banksy made a statement about the rebels wanting to rejoin the caliphate. If anything, I would think Israel's actions over the last year would be more enabling of the caliphate joining back together than anything the rebels could do.
No, not really, because countries like the North African nations, for example, Egypt wants to have nothing to do with the Palestinian situation. Their wall is bigger and higher and stronger than the one between Gaza and Israel. Egypt doesn't want to have anything to do with this. Lebanon doesn't really want to have anything to do with this. Lebanon, I mean, Hezbollah is decimated in Lebanon. They barely exist. Jordan doesn't want to have anything to do with this. Jordan is not going to really get involved. Syria now, with the change of hands, before under Assad, maybe as in Assad would have been hands off, but now it's in a flux. It's going to end up like Libya anyway. Syria is going to turn into a godforsaken hellhole. There'll be slave markets back up again, just like they did during the ISIS.
It seems the real power broker right now is Turkey.
Turkey's making moves. Iran is making moves. They've got their own interests.
I think you know probably a bit more about this than some of us. So I'm asking because I'm not sure, but I saw a news report. I believe Israel is now attacking Yemen. Are they attacking them with planes or with missiles? That's my question.
From what I understand, it's actually the Americans who are actually putting up most of the fight in Yemen against the Houthis, because this is just to protect the trade routes. Obviously, they were threatening the Straits of Hormuz, you know what I mean, all of that.
This week there was a building. I think it was like a high-rise block of flats or something or other, and it was reported that Israel had hit it in the Yemen. I thought, fuck me, that is some distance. Attacking them as well.
As I said, I think the front man for this is the United States, but Israel is obviously going to have a hand in that. Israel is going to, I mean, they've almost all out declared war on Iran, almost open warfare.
I have a question.
Can I just throw one last question out? Sorry, I don't mean to chip in, but I want to put it to you all. I want you to answer a simple yes or no. If you want to elaborate, then please do. And I'll start off with Smokesteve. It's always unfair with Smokesteve because he hasn't got much time to think when the rest of you have. But I'm going to go with you anyway, Steve. When you look at the history of the last, say, 50 years of the Middle East in total, do you not think the West might learn from the fact that maybe you do need a dictator in charge. Would you agree with that, Steve, to keep the peace, or do you think it should be opened up for democracy?
Well, I would say to that, we all saw Libya and Iraq after their dictator. It's a double-edged sword. You don't want a murderous dictator who's gassing his own people and shit. It's terrible.
But should that be our problem? It's not happening here, is it? So why get involved?
That much I agree with the why get involved part, because as you said, wisdom should prevail through experience. We've seen it for long enough. It appears to be the status quo over there. So if that's it, then that's it. World police, game over. I do think being involved at some level with some things is certainly pertinent, but yeah, in this scenario in the Middle East is never. It's never going to be fucking fixed, bro.
What was the question? I wasn't listening.
Do you think, with everything that we've learned, say over the last 50 years, that actually some of these countries are better off with a dictator, irrespective of how they rule, rather than turning it into maybe a complete mess?
Oh yeah,
that's what seems to appear. What happens?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's probably whatever's closer to what they're familiar with, or at least in the recent history. Sometimes they just do better when somebody's ruling over them.
Yeah. RW?
I guess you hope for a cool dictator.
Right. That would be my answer, Steve, based on the ethics of that leader.
This dictator is chill, yo. I love this guy.
like Afghanistan shitholes, we want it to be what we think is good, but they don't always think that way. Sometimes they like the structure and the total, giving everything to their religion and living by that rule.
Right.
What about you, Banksy?
If they get an altruistic good guy as a dictator, good for them. I think that'd be great for their nation. Otherwise, it's a hard answer.
Look,
Banksy.
The only answer is for Western powers and Western countries to simply don't interfere with those countries, no matter what it is. Of course, they don't. These dictators and whatever despots, they're not there because the people evolved or somehow wanted them there, or because they can't figure out how to run a democratic country. They're there because American interest wants them to be there. If you guys really want to know the insights to that, you should read the book, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman. The fact is that if you really wanted to actually care for the people of that part of the world, just don't interfere. Eventually, equilibrium will set. They will kill each other enough to be able to develop a system which works for them. This is what happened in the United States. This is what happened in Britain. This is what happened in France. It's happened all over the world. The revolutionaries kill each other until they eventually decide, it's better not to kill each other.
It's actually the primary theme of Star Trek, the Prime Directive.
You could say that. But the thing is, that's not feasible on a single planet where resources are scarce and resources are wanted and coveted. If you covet another country's resources, you have to do something to get those resources. A dictator turns around and says, no, I don't want to sell. I mean, most of the 20th century, most of the latter, after the Second World War, 20th century, was shaped by the United States. The countries around the world, although the borders were British colonial borders, the actual politics of most of these nations, South America, Middle East, Southeast Asia, these were all formed and manipulated and controlled by the United States. These dictators were not there because they just were such swell guys or they were just the strong man. They were put in place, and if they didn't toe the line of the economic hitman and the corporatocracy that is the United States, they would be assassinated. There is 3 stages: the economic hitman, the jackal or the jackals, and the army. That's what would happen to you. Go and look at the history of Ecuador. It happened in Ecuador. It happened in Venezuela. It happened in Chile. The British government literally gave Pinochet total asylum and protected him from all his crimes because he was their guy, because he was our guy. These people, look, we live in a very comfortable life in the West. That lifestyle has come with a price tag. And the price tag is that most of the Middle East and some North African countries are on fire or under brutal dictatorships. That is the price tag. And now do you like your life? Do you like your cars? Do you like going fishing? Do you like your electricity being on 24/7? Then shut up and just accept the world in which you are handed.
But there's a paradox here.
Right. Hey, what about me?
There's a paradox.
Till I give
paradox.
Your next base. Your next base. It's McGrandy now, and then it's you.
Base.
What?
Base
Just for a
is
moment.
Gavin.
I'm sorry, Lee. Good to see you. Bye. Or hear
And
from
you,
you
buddy.
anyway. Thank you. My point is that the massive destruction, and I actually meant destruction.
Don't go off topic though.
Instead
Do
of
you think it's good
destruction.
to have a dictator?
No. Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Because
We have
I'm
5
stupid.
guests.
Wait,
I'm
oh, fuck you, man. You don't let me fucking finish.
fuck you. Just answer the fucking question.
All right,
Finish
so
then.
I'm not answering a question. I'm making a statement.
Okay, then fuck
And the
off.
statement is, and I'm in agreement with exactly what he's saying. The reality is, it's a violation of the Prime Directive, which means we interfered all the way along. And the what was it? The Arab Spring was absolutely the destruction of the whole Middle East, because it was the destruction of Mubarak, Gaddafi,
Yeah, but you agree.
and everyone else.
But you agree
By
with
the way,
meddling.
McGrandy, all of those are North African
I'm
countries. They're not
saying
Middle
that I
Eastern.
concede
Yeah, exactly.
that not
But
everyone is
you
ready for democracy.
You agree
Not
with
everyone is ready for democracy.
Yeah, but you want your
therefore,
type
our
of democracy.
disruption-
You
our
want your type of
disruption-
democracy. You
Oh,
want
my
your
God.
type of democracy.
All right,
You
anyway.
like getting involved in foreign country conflicts. You agree to that. You were agreeing to that 20 minutes ago, half hour ago. We were speaking about it. You were like, "Yeah, Ukraine, brilliant, 2014. Get amongst them, mix it up a bit, cause some mischief." You were fucking agreeing to that. Now you're going, "Oh no, you shouldn't get
it's
involved."
a completely different story and argument with
It's
Ukraine.
exactly the same. You're
No,
fucking around
no,
with
it's not
sovereign
exactly the
nations.
same. It's
You're
not
fucking
exactly
around
the
with
same.
sovereign nations.
All right.
Let's get
So
on to
I
your
can
answer
see
then,
your
Base. What do you
prejudice here,
think?
BW.
Okay.
You may go ahead and carry on with your
Okay.
with your argument.
Okay.
All I'm doing is having my input here.
Okay,
And
great.
if it's not good enough for you, then so be it. I'll shut up.
Okay, so
about
with Libya, for example,
I'm saying that the total destruction and wait, you don't let me finish.
Yeah, Base, just let him land. Otherwise, he's just going to continue interrupting you forever. Just let him
He's
land.
gonna monologue. He's gonna monologue.
Here's what I'm saying. We are responsible for the disruptions in the Middle East, all the way from the first invasion into Iraq, all the way through our lack of focus on Afghanistan. It's all our fault. The United States is absolutely responsible for all this, and the Arab Spring, and encouraging that nonsense. And guess what happened? All our dictator friends are dead. Even my friend Gaddafi, who embraced Africa.
Your friend Gaddafi?
Well, he was the weirdest one out there, dude. He embraced Africa.
Yeah, but
he brought the blacks north.
This wasn't from Iraq. Well, this is started from the 50s. This goes back a long way. This goes back a long time.
But what I'm saying is the Arab Spring was the coup de grace of this whole Western adventurism into the politics of a world we should not be involved in.
No, Arab Spring was just a phase. These things just shift in phases, like feminism and other things. It's just a phase. This is like Marvel Phase 4. Okay. This is just world hegemony Phase 3.
All right.
Base now.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, my opinion should be quite well known. There's so many recent examples in modern history where the West likes to get involved in other people's either democracies or their countries.
Yeah.
They don't like what they stand for. They don't like that type of democracy. They don't like that type of dictator. Whatever it may be, they stick their feet into it. They fuck around. They stir the pot. And as
No
it turns
argument
out,
here, but
as it turns out, the vast majority of times, it causes a vacuum, which causes more destabilizing for that
exactly.
area, whatever that is. For like Libya, for example, free electric for everyone, free education for everyone, free healthcare for everyone,
Yeah.
right, for all citizens. And I just found out the schools were compulsory for both sexes. He didn't have the girls at home, doing all sorts of weird shit.
And Momor brought the Africans up too, man. You have to understand Africa, right? Northern Africa is Arabian. And Momar was so popular in Africa because he brought the blacks up from the Sudan, everywhere else. He brought them up.
You just have to go for it, Banksy.
Yeah, what he did say though in the UN meeting was that if you fuck around with me, you're going to stop the plug. I'm stopping the plug of mass migration into Europe, and he
Yeah.
said it, and they took him out, and what's happened? Everything's coming from Libya.
Base. I mean, I think you know this anyway, but either way, because you watched some of my own rants. The fact is, there's plenty of videos out Gaddafi talking about it. In fact, you should watch the video. Just look on YouTube. The video of Gaddafi talking about in the Arab. It's called the what are they? They have like a OPEC nations meeting or something. They do one of these OPEC nation meetings every few, or it's Arab oil country meetings. And he literally said it after the fall of Saddam Hussein. Which one of us is next? Is it you? Yeah. Is it me? And the camera was panning to Bashar al-Assad himself and a few other Saudis and Emiratis. The fact is that Gaddafi was making moves towards potentially some form of Pan-Africanism to try to unite other African nations within Africa. He was making moves towards moving away from the petrodollar so that he no longer sells his oil in the reserve currency. He was making moves, and those moves were unpopular with the powers that be. It doesn't matter how many schools you open, how many universities you pay for, that university graduates you pay for, how many hospitals you have. It doesn't matter. They will make you the villain when they need you to be the villain.
So
you could be Mother Teresa and they will turn you into Lucifer.
So if you don't bow the knee and kiss the ring, then you're going to lose your seat? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes,
in the same
that's
way,
how this world works. Hello.
In the same way the United States helped Hussein fight Iran, and then when they don't like him, they turn on him and they get rid of him. So
that's how this world works, people.
And the thing is, Banksy, you probably already know. I think you were touching on the 50s or the same. I don't. You should. Once again, it's facts. You can read it. It's
all true.
It's American. Oh no, seriously, this is the situation.
I am a direct.
Assad who's in Russia. Assad who's in Russia now. His father, Assad. Yeah, he was about to unite the Middle East. Whether it succeeded or not, he had a big peace plan. Which included Israel. And Kissinger was so scared by this that he advised the government, you have got to scupper this, and I will be the man to do it. Because if they unite and become, all on friendly terms, then it's going to be detrimental to the United States of America. And he went and he told lies to Egypt and and it all fell apart. And Assad was devastated because he felt he had in his hand the grip that he could finally bring peace to the Middle East. And Kissinger is well known for wanting to do that. He said they cannot unite. You cannot have a united Middle East.
Do you know what the father of Bashar al-Assad's father's name was? It's Hafez al-Assad.
Oh, is it?
I just realized. I only realized it a few weeks back. I was like, what a name did I pick?
Yeah, when he came on with that Last Dance, said, "Oh, are you talking about the elder?" And I had to look it up because, of course, Last Dance knew his father's name. And I'm like,
Hafez al-Assad. But the thing is, I mean, because the reason I know this is, and in fact, a large portion of that book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, discusses it, is the original source of the confessional hitman system was Iran, my country. We were the progenitors of this type of global hegemony that America built, which is they discovered back in the 1950s when Iran had a revolution. They threw out the king and they elected a president called Mohammad Mossadegh. He nationalized the Iranian oil. So he took all the contracts away from BP, ExxonMobil and BP. ExxonMobil and BP went to the United States and also to the United Kingdom and said, you have to do something about this. We just lost billions of dollars in contracts with the Iranian oil. So what did the American CIA do? They sent a bona fide CIA agent called Kermit Roosevelt, relative of Franklin Roosevelt, with $1 million to enact a coup against Mohammad Mossadegh. He was successful. They overthrew the only democratically elected government of Iran in like 1,000 years, and they reinstated the Shah, and that's it. And then America discovered we can do this. We can do this in more than one place. We did it in Iran. We can do it in other places. And that's when the economic hitmen started to go out. And they started to venture out into Southeast Asia, into South America, and various other Middle Eastern nations. America built its entire wealth of the last 50, 60, 70, 80 years since the Second World War off the back of this. This is why America protects the petrodollar. You guys know about the BRICS, right? The BRICS nations, all this, Brazil, South Africa,
I haven't paid attention
China.
to them for a couple months, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, effectively, they are in the works, and China wants this. China's been after this for a long time, to develop a new world currency, a new world reserve currency, and they want to undermine the dollar as the world reserve currency, and they want to undermine it by undermining the United States economy to show that this currency is unreliable.
How are they doing with that project? Are they succeeding, or is it just a laughing stock?
At the moment, you see, because you got to realize, as they are building all of this, they're trying to get Iran on board. They're trying to get, last year they declared Saudi Arabia, Iran, I think it was Morocco, and a few other countries that were going to come on board with the BRICS. Now, if you notice, actually, no, when was it? I think it was 2023. They were supposed to come on board, I think, in 2024. All of that fell apart because all these various nations are now in a state of flux. Well, who created the state of flux in these nations?
The United States.
Various agencies that were, wanted the interest, because they cannot. United States, I'm not talking about even for the American sake. For my sake, I live in Britain. The pound that I spend has gone to shit recently. I need that currency to come back up. Now, for that to happen, the dollar has to also be strong. It can't. Britain's economy is tied at the hip to the United States.
It's based on the interest rates.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, generally, we cannot allow the dollar to not be the reserve currency of the world. Our livelihoods depend on it. The very air you breathe depends on it. You can't, it cannot be allowed. Agreed. It cannot be done.
But then that question I asked you a few minutes ago, really then, good to go full circle, is that whether we like it or not, we have to get involved.
Yes. That was my conclusion. I said, are you happy with the life that you live? Do you like your car? Do you like your house? Do you like your gas and electricity? Do you like Uber?
And yet, the last message from TJ.
And yet we're seeing
the Hafez comment.
Sorry?
You have a comment from El Paco in the chat.
Sorry.
She's relating to your history
lesson. Hafez, can you backtrack? There was way more. There was.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
There are ways much more further.
See you, McGrandy. Take care,
to the invasion.
All right,
to
good to see you.
Take care, McGrand.
Take care, McGrandy. I mean, obviously, in that book, it's a 10-hour audio book if you want to listen to it. It goes into a huge proportion of what happened in Ecuador. And Nicaragua and South America, all the different South American countries. The fact is, the American corporations have gone around the world and have funneled a lot of resources and a lot of money towards the United States and Europe. We benefited tremendously. People think like it was magic that the West, after this devastation that they felt in the Second World War, I mean, Britain was practically bankrupt.
Yeah,
How is
we
it that
were.
this nation has such incredible infrastructure, incredible facilities for its people? The NHS, although that's declining rapidly, but it was great at one point after the Second World War. A country that is almost devastated to bankruptcy suddenly perked up so quickly. And also, not to mention the Japanese and the Germans, and the United States became the number one superpower in the world.
After World War II, our country did not perk up through American money. Not at all.
America gave massive loans to the United Kingdom.
No, Banksy, they didn't. Our Chancellor went to Congress to beg and ask for money straight after World War II, and the comments were that they thought he was an absolute genius, but they were not prepared to give him the money. Nowhere near what we needed to start rebuilding. Seriously, look into it.
Okay, but where did the money come from for Britain to recover to this level?
It came on a very slow process. You watch English movies.
But where did it come from? I'm not talking about it came. Where did it come from?
Through our own industries. Because
what were those industries? Things like BP oil.
We had a manufacturing industry as well, which no longer.
And where did those manufacturing industries got all their raw materials from in order to reproduce the things that they needed to produce? Where does cobalt come from right now?
What do you think we do? We just sell to people in this country. We sell British steel.
Where did these companies get the raw material to produce the products to sell?
We were making steel and selling it abroad as well.
And where does Britain just is it sitting on a mountain of steel?
Well, what about we're sitting on?
They just dug it up out of the ground.
Look at our coal sales worldwide. We were just servicing the United Kingdom. The coal
Lee,
industry was massive.
Lee, I think you have to come to some realization that your country, and by the way, I am unbelievably grateful for Britain and the life I have here, and I'm absolutely there's not one day that I will trade my life in Britain for some shithole life in Iran. But I'm not blinded to know how and what nefarious shit Britain pulled to get the shit they got.
If you watch, say, documentaries about England back in 1947, 1952, we were poor. We were really suffering. I mean, you've got kids out in the street still with no shoes. You've got people finding it hard to feed themselves. It was a long process, that rebuild, because you are quite right. We were bloody bankrupt. But over time, and probably through bonds of buying the stuff, like you say, that you need the raw materials to make this, that, and the other, we slowly came into our own and we started to make money. And life got better to the point where you live now, and United Kingdom, irrespective of its maybe interest rates and what the pound's worth, is a civilized country, and the pound's still respected around the world. We're very lucky. But I think you touched on that, and you agree with that anyway.
Oh no, I absolutely agree that through British, shall we say, engineering or certainly mindfulness, they crawled back, but it wasn't all done in nicey with other people. They took shitload of advantage of other people, other poor countries who didn't know what they had. And so they just, as I said, just take the concept of cobalt right now that is required for all these batteries, lithium-ion batteries. You think the mines in Africa, the kids that are mining this shit are getting a fair day's wage?
Just go back to when you go about money. Don't forget, after World War II, we still had an empire. We still had Commonwealth countries that were all producing money.
And that empire put leverage on poorer nations in order to get not only their human resources, by the way, which we all know with the Windrush and various other things, but also their natural resources funneled to the United Kingdom to prop the United Kingdom back up. Look, I'm not even judging. I'm not even being judgmental about this. I know that the world is a harsh and cruel place. Yeah. And I know that in order for you to prop up your people and secure your society, you have to sometimes crush another one. I'm okay with that. I'm not even judging you. I'm just saying at least have the acknowledgement, have the blinders taken off to acknowledge that, yes, we shat on a whole bunch of other people. in order to prop ourselves up. We didn't do it because we rolled up our sleeves and just, with the sweat of our brow, and we just pulled up our socks. No, you destroyed other nations, propped up dictators, and made those dictators very rich in order for them to allow you access to their natural resources of their people.
That's the art of war.
Yes, I'm not even judging. Yeah. I'm not even saying this is like oh, you terrible. I'm not one of these commie assholes who thinks that, oh no, what do we do? No, that's what I would have done. You think if I was running Iran, I would give two shits about Britain? I would crush Britain under my heels in order to prop up Iran and make it into the scientific miracle of the ages.
I'm waiting for your doorbell to ring, dude. Ding dong.
Anyone would. Nobody should judge any other nation for helping their people become better and live a better life than the other guy. Screw the other guy. I don't give a shit about the other cave. I only care about this cave and the people in this cave.
Oh, I'd love to be able to help others as well, but in this world, I don't think you can play that game.
When your children are hungry, altruism goes out the window. Very quickly.
But if you truly had the ability to take away hunger, if you're somebody that has billions and billions of dollars, would you just sit on the money, or would you try to help something?
I want to make more money from.
Look. I'll give you this. You can actually see it in the Middle East right now, in the Gulf Arab nations. Look at Dubai. Look at Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. They look after their Emiratis, their Kuwaitis, and the Saudis fantastically. You can retire, I think, at 40 in Kuwait with a full, like 20, 30, no, more than that. I think it's like $10,000 a month retirement pay. There's a friend of mine lives in Kuwait right now. He's Palestinian. He doesn't get shit. But the Kuwaitis, they get something like $10,000 a month, and they retire like 40, 50 years of age. Because Kuwait has oil, and that oil has made the sheikhs so rich that the crumbs that fall off the master's table means that you can retire at 50 at $10,000 a month.
Do you know
that's how? Sorry?
Do you know what the population is there?
Oh yeah, I mean, well, the Kuwaitis is very low. It's a small population of Kuwaitis, but then they have foreigners that do all the work for them. But the foreigners get no benefit. They get nothing, not a penny. Same with Saudi Arabia. Same with the Emirate nations. So they look after their own people, but that's because the master is so rich that the crumbs off the master's table are enough to feed everyone. But that's the only way other people get fed. Other people are rich. Other people get looked after. So RW, if you say if I had millions of dollars, if I had billions of dollars,
bro.
Yeah, or trillions, and my family and everyone I know is living the high life, then yes, I'll be more than happy to set up a charity and donate and set up food banks or whatever. But only when I'm looked after and when mine are looked after. That's how it all works. No charity is opened by a billionaire because they themselves are starving or living paycheck to paycheck. No one who works paycheck to paycheck opens up a charity. Very few. Very few at best.
They might not open one up, but they'll be part of it.
Yeah, some people volunteer. Some people are genuinely nice. But I promise you this. Most people that are genuinely nice and work for the poor are living at a certain standard of living. They themselves are not, locked up in a shack, starved, having eaten for 3 days, but they give their last bowl of rice to the next guy. They're not. They're just not. It's me and mine first, and then if I have extra.
I want to disagree with you because I've seen poor people give more to the last drop than wealthy people.
Yeah, that's not what he's saying. It's just none of those people are going to ever make it to be in power of anything.
Right. I'm just saying for the mindset
because they're giving everything away.
Right.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, as I said, you have your exceptions, but they're certainly not the rule. If you're looking at humanity as a rule, I would say no. We are selfish. I mean, there's literally a book by Richard Dawkins, "The Selfish Gene." Sorry, come on, Steve.
No, just saying hi, Paka. I mean, yeah, there's a foolish aspect to somebody who, without a lot of money, making any donations to anything. obviously. I mean, wouldn't you donate it to your own savings account for like the future? You know, uh, I don't know. The rich guy giving up money. What's the requirement there? You know, there isn't any. I guess.
What do you mean the requirement?
Are you saying it's a moral obligation?
I mean, the aspect of tithing is definitely a Christian mindset. It's
I think we're painting a bit of a black picture here, because I'm sure there are hundreds, if not thousands, of really wealthy people that just don't need the limelight, don't need it reported, and certainly give big amounts of money to charities and good causes.
I would love that to be true. I'm just going by my own personal experiences with wealthy people.
Yeah, people are greedy.
Well, yeah, but are we talking? What are we talking when you say wealthy people? Are you talking about somebody that might earn $250,000 a year, or are you talking about somebody who earns $5 million a year? Because there's a different type of wealth.
But millionaires, but it doesn't matter. Anybody that has need for nothing, that type of person.
Right.
The thing
and
is,
you find them that they're tight. They don't give.
The ones that I've interacted with are very focused on becoming even more wealthy, becoming more powerful. There's the aspect to gain that has captured themselves, whereas the poor person isn't a part of that mindset, and tangible wealth is very different in their mind. It's just something that exists. It's just different.
Yeah, but there are plenty of them that are born into that initial poor lifestyle that do elevate themselves above it,
right?
Through their own drive, luck, various different other factors. But yeah, I mean,
look, I noticed things like actors and rock stars and people in the arts, they tend to be much more charitable once they become rich and famous. That's because they came from actual poor, being very, very poor quite often. You know, people like Ricky Gervais, for example, I follow, and he used to live in a flat where, you know, he used to pee in the sink because the toilet was somewhere down the hallway and whatever, ridiculous stuff like that. Now I see him do a lot.
No.
Sorry,
I didn't know that was a no. I pee in sinks.
Not when the dishes are in there. You try to avoid that. It literally has a story where he says his wife, or his now wife, said, "Oh, would you just at least move the dishes out of the sink?"
Classic.
And he said, "I didn't. I just lifted up the last plate and just did it down the side." Anyway, but what I'm saying is, we're talking that kind of level of, like, you know, living, not starving in the streets, but, you know, quite poor. Now, people like him, people like Brad Pitt. I heard a story where Brad Pitt one time stopped and gave like $10,000 to some dude in a chicken suit out in the streets advertising like a chicken store, because he used to do that. He was in that chicken suit once. So he remembered when he was poor. So I can understand that. But I don't think the same level of empathy lies with the children of Jeff, what's his name? Bill Gates, or Jeff Bezos's children or his grandchildren are not going to have that level of empathy than someone like a Brad Pitt or a Ricky Gervais or a rock star or a movie star, because they are so far removed now from poverty that they don't consider, they don't even think about.
They could rebel against it, though. You never know the soul of a human being.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not saying there are no exceptions. I think the rule is what I'm going with rather than exceptions. And the more you're removed from the peasants, if you will, the less you're going to care about those peasants, because you just won't have your mind. You can't put yourself in their shoes in that way. You don't really have that level of empathy.
You wouldn't even know to think about it until you came across it.
Probably, yeah. So for most part, when I would say Jeff Bezos's and Bill Gates' great-grandchildren, if they continue being as wealthy as they are, won't even know, you know, really any empathy with poor people. And this is, by the way, can go back with all the aristocracies and the kings and et cetera, because there's been people with money for hundreds of generations. And I don't think those children, they just don't have anything to relate to. They've never had to pick up the last plate and pee down the sink ever, unless their butler Jeeves does it for them. So, you know, it's just
royals get involved. Royal family get involved with charities or set up charities to raise money for those. I watched long before King Charles, before he was King Charles, I watched a interview with Prince Charles at that time, and they said somebody put a question to him: "You've got this wealth, you could give it all away tomorrow and help loads of people." And he said, "You're quite right, I could, but then once that's spent, it's done. Whereas if I keep the money and set up a charity, the money will always keep coming in." I thought that was a good answer.
Sure. Yeah. And of course, Princess Diana was very charitable.
She seemed like a good person.
Now, I think Diana had a slightly different, because she had a different upbringing anyway. She wasn't in the royal household, although she came from an extremely wealthy family, blue blood.
She was royal. Her
was
grandmother was royal.
Yeah, but what I mean is not in the
and set up the wedding as well.
Yeah, but I personally, now this is probably because I'm black-pilled, I think a lot of these royalties around the world, not just the British ones, have all these charities as PR. These are not things that they themselves really give a shit about. It's mostly PR for them,
Of
and
course.
it's set up by others for them to look good.
Well, I've always thought as well with the royals as well. I've
the-
always thought, what do they do? So sometimes a charity is a good thing because it gives them something to do, as in there's a function for them. Because, like you say, Banksy, they don't have to do it, but then you would be looking at them in their palace thinking, well, we pay all these taxes, what do you actually do? I think charity is good for them sometimes because it looks like they're viable then.
Well, yeah. Also, by the way, a huge portion of charities that are set up by celebrities is just money laundering, just to avoid taxes. I mean, that's a massive element
that's
in
what I
that.
was
But again,
just
I'm
gonna
very
say.
black-pilled.
In the big rich families here in the U.S., like the Waldens who own Walmart, and I'm sure a lot of the other very big ones, their accountants tell them, well, you're going to lose this much no matter whether you give it to the government or taxes. You're going to pay 600 million in taxes this year, no matter what, and you could give 50 million of it to charity, or it could all go to Uncle Sam. So they have to pick a charity, and it's like
Joke's on them. Uncle Sam is the charity.
because they can write off a certain amount of it that would be a write-off on their taxes. 503c, I think it's called, 501c. So yeah, they're probably like, well, make sure whatever you pick as a charity is legitimate, and go ahead and make the donation. It is what it is. I guess they're still donating a lot of money, but what did you call it, Banksy? Money laundering?
Well, yeah, they kind of launder their wages through the charity in order to avoid the massive taxes. I mean, I heard this was in oh my god, it was like 2017, 18. Starbucks paid 0 taxes in the United Kingdom. Starbucks, and also I think Amazon managed to reduce their tax burden by about like 30% in that same period. How is it Starbucks doesn't pay taxes in the United Kingdom? Starbucks doesn't make a profit?
That doesn't make any sense. The tax laws are written poorly if that's the case, that they were able to do that.
Yes.
They should be able to write off like 5% max of their tax burden to charity, but like 30% or
oh no, I mean it wasn't the reduction that Amazon had wasn't to do with like writing off to charities and stuff. No, it was what they called clever accounting at the time.
Not writing off to charity, but writing off to expenses and also payroll.
Yeah, also they put their corporations in tax havens and stuff like that, so the money isn't actually, the profits, quote unquote, isn't going to their holdings in Britain, which is taxable. Correct. It goes elsewhere, which is not taxable. Cayman Islands, Ireland, wherever. So yeah, they have most of these tax laws are written for corporations. They're not written for you and I.
The reason it's done is the UK government will attract businesses into the country by giving them these huge tax breaks. So although they don't benefit from the tax. So the argument by the government, by the way, the Tory government at the time, was this: although we won't be able to take tax off them for the profits that they've made, we're still at least creating employment, which in turn the employees will pay tax. So it's better that they come here and do that with the incentive of you're going to get charged hardly any tax because it'll create employment. And that's mainly because the biggest problem this country's got, which we touched on earlier, is we don't manufacture anything anymore. It's all services.
We're changing. Oh, you mean Britain?
Yeah, and it's sort of sometimes the companies that go us a bit over the barrel because we want them here, and it creates employment, as I say. And Starbucks will open up another 50 stores up and down the country, and this, that, and the other. But ultimately, when you think about it, the people therefore that are contributing to the taxes are the workers, which keeps them poor.
And when you have a large entity like Elon Musk just got in trouble for this recently, or public trouble, where he gave a bunch of money to charities, but when they looked at the charities, they were his own entities. So he was basically giving money to himself for a tax write-off.
By the way, everyone who thinks Elon Musk is some kind of magnanimous genius, he's not. He's not at all. He is actually one of the biggest welfare beneficiaries in this country. If you guys think that people from South America who are coming across the border are looking for welfare checks, you should look at Elon Musk. He gets more in welfare than any man in America. I promise you that. That's because most of his rockets, most of SpaceX is subsidized by NASA. He's a massive welfare, what do they call them? Welfare merchant or whatever. I forgot what they call these guys.
Bludger?
Yeah, no, he absolutely benefits from welfare all the time. Most of these millionaires and billionaires do. If you think gun or arms manufacturers or arms dealers, they're all on the what do you call it? On the government's teat. They're sucking off the government teat. The best thing you can do as an entrepreneur is figure out how to tap in to the tax money. It's never ending. And it's beautiful because 99% of the time it's perfectly legal, and it's the best way. Forget about hustling your customers, hustle the government. The bankers have known this for like decades.
If that's the case, then I would say that Elon Musk is a genius.
Yes, he is a genius. It's just not in the way people think. He's managed to actually wrap people around his fingers like unbelievable. Look, I'm a fan of the fact that he bought X. I wanted him to buy X, and I wanted him to do what he's done with X. But I know, again, it's not that I'm judging the man. I'm just impressed. I don't judge people. You know, the world isn't Game of Thrones. The world isn't what's it called? The Lord of the Rings. The world is Game of Thrones. It's all about the nuances. It's all about what is happening and the jostling and the movements for power and stuff. And actually, El Paco, who said about Russia's losing grip on Africa, the problem is I don't think the United States is going to necessarily get the lion's share of that because the Chinese are well embedded in sub-Saharan Africa, and they are manipulating those nations very well. So essentially, the United States has a massive competition on their hands when it comes to that. China is making moves. And China is going to make a big move at some point in the next decade. Because the Chinese, unlike the Americans and the Western countries, don't have to worry about 5-year election cycles. Xi Jinping can make plans for the next 10 years, the next 15 years, the next 20 years, because he's going to be in power the next 10 or 15, 20 years, unless, he dies of some kind of natural cause. So he can make long-term plans, which unfortunately the short-term vision of most elected officials of America can't match. So they can plan things the way the Americans and the British can't.
Just going back to Elon Musk, just real quick, just going back to Elon Musk, right? And it's to you Americans more than it is to us English. Just my little view watching politics in your country the last few weeks is I think Elon Musk could be Donald Trump's downfall, in that he seems to be like a little kid in the sweet store at the moment. And you've got two people who think they're always right, very opinionated. And I don't know how Trump's going to have to rein him in, because if he doesn't, I think they two could come to blows, which wouldn't be very good for the country.
That relationship isn't going to last. I'd be really shocked if it lasted.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd be completely shocked if it lasted. Because, like you said, I mean, he's going to... You know, people are already like they've long forgot about our vice president. You know, I don't even know his name. You know, it's just always Elon Musk sitting next to him. You know, whenever
I
he
think that
does.
their relationship is mutually beneficial. That's why it's going to
I
last.
think it's. I don't think it's mutually. I think it's only beneficial to Elon Musk. I don't see why it's beneficial to Trump at all.
No, I think that someone in the chat mentioned the same aspect where Trump's able to get civilians and society to get along with something because he's not the government. So Trump can use him to motivate society in a direction.
That's a
Only the
good point.
people that
Good
already
point.
follow him. He's not like gaining
Yeah,
new
that's a
people
lot
because
of
he's got.
people.
Yeah, but he's already got those people. Those people aren't going to break from Trump ever, ever. You know, he could do whatever he wants, and those people are never going to break. But Elon doesn't give him new people. It's not like the people that are all upset about the election are like, oh, but you know, he's got Elon with
I
him,
think
so
Elon
I'm
has
okay
his
with
own
it.
following
That
that,
ain't
that won't
happening.
follow Trump. I do think that Elon has his people that aren't under Trump, and I think it's a decent number.
No, I think people aren't going to buy Teslas, and because he's too far to that side.
I think they're their best sales recently. So that is sort of one of those come and gone things. I know the far leftists won't buy him again, but I think he's getting more customers from a wider pool every month.
I don't know. I think he's got a lot more competition than he kind of had that market cornered, and that
Well,
didn't last.
you know, yeah, he hasn't painted any of his technology on his cars. You know that, do you?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't quite understand that, but he gave his explanation. He didn't want to hinder the progress.
right.
I have
I
a
mean,
question for the panel. It doesn't have to be a long one, but the January 6th is coming up, and there's talk amongst the Democratic Party to block Trump from receiving office.
it's the
Is that a
20th.
nothing
It is.
burger, or is that something that is January? In other words, here's the question: is January 6th going to be a non-event, or is January
Yeah,
6th going to be a problem?
yeah, it's
No.
going to be a non-event. It's happening on January the 20th.
Who's gonna what? There's gonna be a bunch of.
Non-event. Yeah.
There's gonna be a bunch of. Who's gonna show up?
Jamie
I ju-
Raskin's going to head over with a softball bat and
Right,
start cracking
right.
goals.
I just don't think there
It's
is
not so much
enough.
the masses, Aphid, it's the politicians.
There's
Yeah,
no
I just don't think.
appetite. There's no appetite.
Yes,
I mean,
that's it.
Trump was in New York a week before the elections, and outside, the press were expecting a big turnout. Literally, like 50, 100 people turned up. And I would
Yeah.
have suggested three-quarters of them will actually bust in. And if you can't get a crowd in New York to go against Trump a week before the election,
There's gonna
Yeah.
be
No,
there's
the
gonna be
way.
plenty there's gonna be plenty of people against Trump. You know, a little into his. I think the Trump honeymoon will be over as soon as he gives his inaugural speech. I think the people are gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I can't stand this guy." You know,
Look,
I want him
there'll
to
be a
drop
lot of
dead.
rhinos.
there's
We
There'll
already
be a
know
lot of
yeah,
rhinos that are going to come
that's
stabbing him in the back.
yes, that's
in
gonna
those first
happen.
few weeks. Sure.
There's gonna be a lot of these you know right or left leaning news sources that have no viewers. Their viewership's going to skyrocket because there's going to be just a frenzy of people that hate Trump and want to be fed. I hate Trump, 24 hours a day. All that shit's going to change. And
no one's
He's gonna
listening to him. No one's
rejuvenate
listening to him.
I
like
think
these
some
late
people
night
have-
show hosts. People like what's his name, Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Fallon is gonna have a career again.
yeah, these people think-
Colbert is gonna have a career again.
No, they're
People-
not going to have. They're not going to have a career anymore. I totally
they
disagree with
won't.
you. Right, mainstream media and this like criticizing of Trump all the time. By certain leftist comedian stroke presenters. No one wants to listen to it anymore. If you look at their viewerships, they've all gone down.
because he's
they
not
all
in
realized.
power. He's not in power, and he hadn't been
Well,
relevant for
no,
4
they
years.
realize. A lot of people have realized that they're full of shit.
It
So they're
doesn't
not-
matter if they're full of shit. They still want to be fed that shit.
Yeah, there's a massive appetite
I think it's
on the
burnt out,
left
boys.
for them.
I think it's burnt
out. You got half of this public that just can't stand this guy, and once he's in the news and on our TV, telling us this shit that they don't want to hear every single day, forcing mass amounts of people out of the country, whatever he does, they don't agree with any of that shit. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care what it is based. I mean, you're thinking of it through your eyes and how you're
drill baby
okay
drill.
with it.
That's another big one.
There's going to be so much shit. Everything he does is going to be totally against what half of the public of this country wants.
Camilla flipped on fracking, so she was up for drilling, wasn't she?
None of that matters. Yeah, no,
that's people won't even remember what her name is 3 months from now. They won't even know who the hell was.
They don't even know who
him.
she was now.
Exactly. Camilla is going to be the most. They barely
know who the president of our country is right now. He's so irrelevant. Nobody in politics. The closest thing to relevancy we had in politics since the election was this almost government shutdown that almost happens every few months.
Yeah.
But once Trump is in there every single day, and people hate this guy, 50% of the public still hates him.
Yeah, but you mentioned I can't even say it. It's too late. No, relevance. Relevance. Yeah, heels up Camilla. No, legacy media hasn't got relevance anymore. They just don't exist. I look. You're getting the main presenters from these channels going on YouTube.
Yeah,
right, trying to make a name for themselves on YouTube.
Don Lemon.
Because loads of them are doing it. They're all doing it now. The reality is, the reality is, no one's watching them on YouTube.
It doesn't look based. I don't care. Maybe mainstream media won't come back, but there'll be Twitter presences that do the same thing mainstream media does and just complains about Trump 24/7. Those people, I don't know if it's going to be mainstream media or some kind of outlet that people are going to be craving for. It's going to be fed for them because those people are going to be looking at whatever they got to say. So advertisers are going to know that, look, this person's getting all these eyes on them all the time. So we're going to throw them a bunch of money so we could sell our product through them. And that's going to skyrocket. So I don't care what it is, but people are going to be craving, I hate Trump. And that is not going to change.
The one thing he'll get he'll probably be forgiven for, if for all those haters of Trump, where they tolerate him, is that the one thing Kamala misjudged is that it would appear the most important thing on the agenda was the economy and how well off you were, how much money you had in your pocket. And if he can pull that off, because she totally misjudged that, and he went for the economy. If he can pull that off and you're feeling better off, you're feeling wealthier, you're probably forgiven for a lot of stuff. And it is true fact that he did well under his termship of the economy, the American economy. When Obama was in power, the unemployment rate in America was nearly 10%. It was 3.5 under Trump, and there's a lot of other facts.
Inflation was fairly low under Obama and decent under Trump, but it started to spike a little near the end. But it went
COVID
crazy.
COVID came in, and
for Biden.
It's the same happened here, Steve. That once COVID hit, everything went bananas. But I'm not saying he can, but if he does, then I think a lot of people will tolerate him because they go, well, you know what? I don't like the guy, but I'm better off. I can do more things for my family. I can better or whatever it might be.
I think that's why he was voted in this time, because people did feel better the last time he was in. So that was one of the
partly. I think another part that had something to do with it was something that state senator here pointed out, who was an Iraq war veteran, Seth Moulton. He said the focus of the Democratic Party is completely askew. He's bringing up, like, my daughters are in high school. They play sports. I don't want them going onto the field playing against a boy. I don't care what you call it. He's a Democrat. And all these fucking people came out of the woodwork saying, no, you're wrong. Like, that's homophobic. That's anti-trans. He's like, no, be progressive. He's saying this is the problem with the Democratic Party. You've lost touch with what people in this country are really concerned with. And that is something that is we want the tradition of boys and girls sports to be kept how it was when we all grew up. We don't want it to change. And the Democrats coming in and fighting and espousing for this change, he's like, no, you're wrong. This is not what people want. This is why you're failing. And that, I think that had a good part to do with it. Then you pile on with the people on X and maybe a little bit on Instagram and other sources that were pointing out these things. Like, and then of course, Trump comes along and says, she's for they, them, I'm for you. And then it was like he just the nail in the coffin.
Nailed it.
There.
Yeah.
They said that
great campaign.
They said that 35-second video. They reckon that swung 1 to 2.5%.
Yeah, I've even heard as high as 2.9%.
Because the fact is that people are fed up. Normal people, and I'm going to use that term, no matter how much the left is hated. There is a such thing as normal people, and these they thems are not. That's it. Now, however much they want to normalize their freakish lifestyle, it's not normal, and people know this instinctively.
What's hilarious is that the White House invited these poison dart frogs to the White House, and then when you've seen the footage of them getting their tits out and stuff, and whatever they were, whatever you call them, like fake stock puppet things or something. I know they didn't get them out, but you know what I mean. It was just like a comedy show. You seen
that one did get them out.
She did get them out. It.
Whatever they
so confusing.
were, they were out.
But the worst thing, you looked at that shot, and there was like degenerate flags next to the Welsh flag. Outside the White House, there was multicolored haired people. It was full on fucking. This is the normal person in America. What the fuck is going on in the White House, outside the White House?
Did you see? This made me really laugh. I don't know if you can find it. Oh, it was hilarious. There's I think it was an animated advertisement for recruitment for the U.S. Army. And I think there's a little girl on the jetty swinging her legs, talking about her two mums, and then some other stuff. And you know how she was going to be strong in the army, and this was going to make a person of her, this, that, and the other. And then, and there was like, she was LGBT or something or other. And then they showed you the comparison of the Russian recruitment officers. Big fucking musky guy who's a maniac with a fucking gun and knife, and we can't wait to fucking fight the world. And it's just like, oh my god, the difference in the recruitment advertising.
One thing I've always
said. Wait there. I've got to say the British one. You've seen the British one, didn't you, with the Muslim?
Oh, so, we got to stop and pray. We're just fighting away. Yeah, just stop a minute. I've just got to say my prayers.
Yes. So literally, either they were in practice, like pretending, or they were really in conflict. But he stopped and prayed, and they all went, "Oh yeah, he's praying. Let's just chill out a minute." He was like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah,
you actually showing this how it interrupts with your training and everything. You literally pointed out how it interrupts with everything.
In the middle of a mortar fire and, and small arms combat. Hold on, fellas. I just need to do my Juma prayer.
Mohammedan over there needs to have 5 minutes. 5. He promised 5.
What? Right. So the sniper, when you kneel up, is gonna not take the shot. He's gonna. He'll just give you a few minutes. You know?
All the enemies on the other side are like, guys, let's just wait just before sunset because we know that we're going to get plenty of headshots at that moment.
Right. Yeah, there was a sniper in Iraq. I can't remember his name, Juba maybe or something. He was making videos, and they were on Live Leak. It seemed like every week it was the same guy. Sure, you remember Aphid. It had the fancy like zoom in, and then he'd zoom in and show the crosshairs on the target, and then zoom back and take the shot, and you'd usually see the soldier drop. Then his buddy pick him up. Sometimes he'd fire off a second shot, hit the rescuer too. I mean, yeah, like those guys will totally wait for a prayer or two. I mean, I guess, and I don't know. Yeah, it's fucking craziness. Absolute crazy.
The thing is, Muslims have waged war for a best part of 1400 years. So I am pretty sure there must be some caveats within that, because I'm pretty sure when you're Salah ad-Din's army marching up against Jerusalem, they didn't stop off to pray before they actually marched on to Jerusalem. So I don't know. I think there must be caveats. So I'm not entirely sure where the caveats are, but there are caveats. If you're, for example, Ramadan, I know this for sure. If you're ill and on medication, you don't have to fast. If you're traveling, you don't have to fast. So if you're on a war campaign, Ramadan doesn't apply.
If you're in a foxhole, you can't kneel very easily, so that's probably
that as well. But generally, I'm just thinking to myself, like in the medieval period of the caliphates, they couldn't have been praying 5 times a day. It's just not even logistically practical to.
Have you seen Bob Speaker's Corner's statement about the Crusaders and the history of it, etc.?
No, I'm not sure. Go on.
He does like a 2-minute. He does a 2-minute monologue of. They were saying like Syria was Christian, Jordan was Christian. There was so many countries in North Africa that was actually Christian, and they said there was 600 years of the caliphate going all the way up to Spain.
800 years.
Well, yeah, I think he said 6 to 7. I don't know, but he said, and that's when the Crusaders stepped up the mic then and pushed them all the way back.
Yeah. The Crusades were in direct reaction to Islamic conquest of Eastern Europe and Spain. That's what the Crusades started, was to push back against all that. People think, I say, unfortunately, there's been some degree of propaganda about the Crusades. Every time someone mentions the Crusades, like as if there were these evil, just Christians with the crosses on their chests going around just slaughtering left, right, and center. That wasn't the case. That was because the Muslims were literally in Spain, in the borders of France, Eastern Europe, places like Slovakia. Not just Slovakia, but Romania and Serbia, Bosnia. In fact, they're still Muslim now. Some of those, I think this was it the Serbians. So yeah, the Crusades were a direct reaction to the invasion. If it wasn't for the Crusades, these nations would be Muslim right now. They'll be part of the Islamic Caliphate, and potentially so would the Americans, because obviously you guys came from the Europeans. So yeah, it was the Crusaders who stopped the Muslims from Islamifying all of Europe. The funny thing is, the Muslim caliphates never stopped. The Crusaders did, because now they're just using a different method of jihad. They're just coming on small boats and using passport jihad, if you will.
So I have a question towards that. Project 2025 is moving forward, in my opinion, and it's going to combine church and state for politics in America, and it's going to force Christianity basically on the populace. If that does happen, I'm curious to see if there would be kind of poking the bear or the hive of Greater Islam and retaliation to occur from that. It's far-fetched in some ways, but in others, I don't think it's very far-fetched.
I don't know. Look, I see that there has to be some degree of pushback. Unfortunately, liberalism and liberal ideas. I'm an atheist. I don't even believe in God, but yet I recognize that atheistic, liberal, secular ideas are not foundationally strong enough to push back against Islam. Unfortunately, they're just not. For me, the only ideology and worldview that has a proven track record against Islam is Christianity. Jews didn't do it. The Buddhists and the Hindus didn't do it. Sorry?
Christianity or Catholicism? Which of those?
I mean, Catholicism was the dominant Christian form of Christianity during the Crusades.
That's right. They were the power. It wasn't exactly the Church of Christ. It was Catholicism. Yeah. I mean, you're right. It's you certainly are not going to have your wishy-washy friggin' Mormons and what are those guys in Pennsylvania? The Amish. They're not the ones who are going to pick up swords against the oncoming
armies of Muhammad. So yeah, you're gonna have to have a much more what Bob actually says, a muscular Christian form. The problem with that is also, once you go down that road, you're gonna end up in Christian theocracy. You're gonna end up in very
Turn the other
zealot
cheek is very
zones.
different than cut their throat.
Sorry?
Turning the other cheek is a very different ideology than cut their throat.
Look, Bob argues this, that yes, fundamentally Christianity has a different outlook on how to deal with your fellow man, even if they're not Christian. And he attributes a lot of the modernity that came out of after the Crusades and the Inquisitions and all that medieval periods on Christianity itself. It was Christianity, he claims that it was Christianity that actually created the secular world. I'm not entirely sure about that, because I've seen Christian zealots to be just as brutal as Muslims. I don't know. I think we are facing some degree of danger of having to deal with Christian zealotry after the Muslim issue has been somewhat dealt with. But right now, we're not there. Right now, we need Christian zealots. We need people to be on their Christianity. We need the Western world to really take up, their traditions that comes out of Christianity, because the Muslims are not flinching. They have a very, very, I'm not saying that they're a homogenous group, but the leaders of them is homogenous. They're getting their orders from Saudi Arabia, they're getting their orders from Iran, and they are opening mosques and learning centers all over Europe, all over North America, and they are, by simple birth rates, they are growing incredibly fast, let alone their ideology.
Get a load of this. You were mentioning about
Steve,
America
can you play this video, Steve? This is the one I was on about. It's only 1 minute 38 seconds. The first 1 minute 38
I just want to make a
seconds.
point after the video.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah.
No. It'll take a while to link it up, most probably.
You're muted, Steve.
Shall I make it now then? Or?
Yeah,
please.
You were saying, Banksy, about America. Obviously, it could have been a lot more Muslim if the Crusades and stuff. And I get your point about us moving to a lot of our population did, as well as other countries in Europe. But it's interesting, because thinking, when you look at the size of America, before Europeans landed, the native, I think it was by the 1400s, the native population of Americans, was around about 100 million, which is a phenomenal amount of land to live in. It's just imagine that, incredible. And when we arrived from 1400s to 1650, they were reduced to 5 million, because we killed so many of them, took over. So, and that kind of links into what you're saying in ways. We've got to be careful, because the indigenous population starts to get wiped out. Let there be a lesson from history there.
Yeah, this is what Stephen Hawkins was saying, that if, like, he was talking about aliens from other solar systems and other planets. He says what we have to recognize is if aliens come to us first before we get to them, they would have technology vastly more advanced than us, and we have to be very, very afraid and very careful of that, because we already have an example of when an advanced society went to a lesser advanced society. It didn't work out so well for them.
Yeah.
So,
or as Arthur C. Clarke once quoted, saying, "If we're the only people in the whole of the universe, that's a very scary thing, and if we're not, that could be even more scary."
Yes, it's even worse.
Yeah.
Well, it's only if it's worse if they come to us with more advanced technology. If we end up going to them, we have a shot.
Yeah. Do you think, Banksy, that Stephen Hawking was 100% speaking and creating all of his thoughts?
Oh,
yeah, 100% he was. Yeah. Why would you think he wasn't?
Yeah.
Before he became ill, he was an intelligent guy at Cambridge and was working out things that was mind-boggling. I don't think people were doing the work for him later. He still could think. He could still communicate.
But that's the thing. What Steve is on, which I gather, is the machine that was making doing the talking for him. Were those actually his words?
Steve, you know that video I sent you? I know it can be a pain, but it's exactly about the Crusades, and it's like a 1 minute 30 sort of speech on the Crusades.
Yeah.
And it'll just give us a bit more knowledge as well. I appreciate it if you could play it.
No problem. I can
Yeah,
do
play
that.
10 minutes. Play 10 minutes of Fauci too.
No,
This one,
all right. The
5
Fauci
minutes,
bit.
55 seconds.
The 1 minute 30 is the first 1 minute 30. I've already briefed it up.
The first 130. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. All right. Let me get this screen shared.
This
I'm
show
actually
needs
going to show a
10 minutes of
preview video of my own
Okay.
as just a little bit of a comedy sketch here.
Did you ever
Right
play
here
a
we have an
tune?
here we have an imam. It's taking a quick question, I guess, from it's only 19 seconds.
مرحبا وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
الشيخ اليوم بالغلط وقعت تمي شاورما مع زيادة طحينية.
نعم.
وكمان قطعة تفاح وتقريبا 3 لتر مي.
أيه.
فمش عارف هل أكمل صيامي ولا أطعمني الله وسقاني.
I mean, it's kind of it's during Ramadan. He's supposed to be fasting.
You guys read that, right?
He's
He's ordering a shawarma.
All right.
Oh,
First
based, you joker.
That was my video. Now this is going to be Base's video.
Oh, that wasn't you. I thought that was based trolling.
No. This is Bob Speaker's Corner going off. This is good.
All right.
This is.
Here we go. Live from London. Is that right? London or Manchester?
Yeah. London, the Speaker's Corner.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the question was, and if you interrupt the answer, you'll find that you don't get to ask another question. The question was, am I saying that with Christianity comes peace? No, I'm not. I'm saying with Christ comes peace. But then the question was, what about the Crusades? Well, let me answer that directly. The Crusades were launched after 7 centuries of constant Islamic aggression. Before the very first crusade was launched in 1095, Muslims had invaded the following Christian lands. They had invaded Christian Syria, Christian Jordan, Christian Palestine, Christian Egypt, Christian Algeria, Christian Libya, Christian Morocco, Christian Portugal, Christian Spain, Christian France, Christian Sicily, Christian Turkey, Christian Armenia, Christian Italy, all before the first crusade. The Crusades are a legitimate response to Islamic aggression and Islamic violence.
All right. That guy, I mean, I got to say, he should be scared for his life. Those guys who are looking at him look like they want to take him.
Legitimately, he is. He's had death threats.
He's had legitimate death threats. There's been a terrorist attack already tried to be. Well, there was one girl, Hatun Sash, got stabbed in the eye. She's also
in the side of the head.
Yeah, they basically they cut the corner of her eyelid and done by her ear. She was viciously attacked again, wasn't she? Or was that the time that she was?
No, she was smacked in the face about 3 times. One time, almost knocking her out. Then she got attacked by the knife, which, as I said, the knifeman's knife actually hit the stem of her umbrella that she was holding. And I mean, to be honest, I'm an atheist, but that is a bona fide miracle. A man who tried to stab you in the head caught the stem of an umbrella, broke the tip of the knife, and cut her above the eyebrow. If that isn't a miracle, I don't know what the hell it is. Yeah. Then there was a plot where a man bought a gun, came from Wales to London.
Brighton. He was from Brighton.
Was it Brighton? Sorry.
Yeah,
I thought it was
Brighton.
Wales.
Yeah.
But yes, a man came from another city to London to try to buy a gun to shoot her and the people around her. And that was the final. They caught him, luckily, because he was confessing it to a taxi driver on his way up. And the taxi driver effectively reported him to the police and literally just had him arrested. So yeah, that was the last thing that happened to Hatun. Bob's had multiple death threats as well.
Yeah, he's been attacked. Bob has as well. Like the sort of assaults he gets are weird assaults. Sometimes it's like the classic one with the umbrella, where they stabbed an umbrella on his foot and he slapped him with their own Quran.
Yeah, he slapped the guy. He slapped the guy who was put.
Yeah,
I have a question.
He done it in about half a second as well. They stabbed his foot out there, and he was holding a Quran at the time. He grabbed his own Quran. He slapped the guy across the face with it, which is a big insult.
I've been posed a question, and I'm curious what your guys' answer for this question is. And the question is, why stream your opinion if it's authenticated into a platform that has an agenda? So, if YouTube or pick your poison, any streaming platform is algorithmically creating profiles on everybody, why state your opinion on that program? My answer to go first is that I stopped caring. I just don't care.
I don't care.
I'm just curious if anyone else has a different opinion or a different viewpoint or what.
Okay, I'm just going to go very quickly. I saw a video, actually, which I was going to post as a sort of response thing. Your opinions, is the fact that you have freedom of speech, or you think you have some level of freedom of speech, isn't because the nations that you live in is actually cares about freedom of speech. It's to do with the impact that you have. As long as your speech doesn't have any real impact, you can have all the speech you want. I can post whatever I want. I'm not joking. I've posted things that other people have been banned on X. This was before, all Twitter, before even Elon Musk bought it. No one cares because I had 35 followers on X and no one reposted. I had 5 views on the things that I posted. As long as you don't have any impact, no one cares. If this show suddenly gets 20,000 views per episode or per show, all your voices and all your opinions will be dealt with very differently.
On a quick one, what do you think of Bob anyway? Bob, the speaker's going all the.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Right now, in the current state of Britain, Bob is a great voice out in the wilderness that we need.
Agreed.
If Bob ever got any level of power, I would crap my pants. Bob is a zealot fanatic dictator. He wants a Christian theocracy, and he will crucify you if you're a heretic.
He doesn't care about England. He cares about Christianity more than England, doesn't he?
Oh yeah. He's not a nationalist. He's a Christianist.
Yeah, he literally says it as well.
Yeah. He doesn't care about the nation of Britain. He cares about the fellowship of Christians around the world. He has a fellowship to Christians before he has a fellowship to Brits.
He doesn't seem to have much of a care for being alive, because those guys looking into his face look like they were.
I can give you
alive.
Steve, I can get you so much footage of like really quite spicy, serious instance, and
that was mild actually. That wasn't really that bad. He's done so much worse.
Well, no, what he does, he's very knowledgeable about the Quran and the Bible, and he's very knowledgeable about the contentious points. So basically, because he did a big interview on Liam Tuff's channel about this, and he said, I'm very knowledgeable about these contentious issues, and generally I know their answer before they respond. So he can destroy Islam in arguments. He's right. The Islamic scholars avoid him, don't they, Bob? Down there, they won't debate him.
I mean, you can't say that with a sweeping brush, because you don't know that he has the ability to, I guess, is what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, Banksy, you can give your opinion on this, but from what I'm seeing is the Islamic scholars down there, that generally they love, people turning up and for the first time they don't know what they're putting themselves into. They think they know a bit about Islam, and they just rip them apart. They know exactly how to rip them apart, you know. But they run away from Bob, and I've seen them. Basically, they will not debate him. They won't debate him.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah. And by the way, a quick plug, if anyone's interested, I will be at Speaker's Corner around 12, 1 o'clock, hopefully tomorrow. So you can see it all live in its horrific colors on my channel. But it's the Hafiz TV, not Banksy style. But Bob, yeah, I mean, Muslims at Speaker's Corner have actually stopped debating most Christians that are knowledgeable Christians now, because it makes them look bad. Muslims have looked really bad in the past now, especially the last year. There's a guy called God Logic. He has, oh my God, he's owned them on like such prolific ways that Muslims at Speaker's Corner are now somewhat fearful of talking to knowledgeable Christians. They'll find a tourist who is like a cultural Christian or something, or an atheist or a non-believer, and they'll run their scripts on them. But they know they can't run those scripts on Christians anymore. So they just don't debate Christians anymore.
Banksy, Hafez Knowles TV.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, here it is for y'all in the chat. Go to his channel and subscribe and check him out live at Speaker's Corner tomorrow.
I recommend Banksy for a live down there, because he's knowledgeable down there. He's been down there long enough, and he's, like I said, it'll be quite fun down there in Mushabi.
My question is, what do the Muslim speakers on Speaker's Corner offer in their speeches that is appreciated by the crowd? What are they selling that society is like, oh yeah, that sounds good?
Oh, that's easy. They're selling anti-woke. They're saying that the solution to your woke problems, especially if anybody's like, on the conservative side of things, is Islam. If you don't like transgender people changing in your in your daughter's changing room, Islam will fix that. If you got banking problems, Islam will fix that. You think you've got economic issues, Islam will be the solution for that. You don't have sorry?
They go after secularism.
To some extent, this is the secular. But then, if you're a Christian, then they'll attack you on the Trinity quite often, saying that how can God be three in one? They'll attack you on the various aspects of Jesus's birth, of Mary, and the multitude of.
Those are legitimate questions.
Can I just say? Yeah, I'm just going to go. Just one sec. I'm just going to go for a pee. I'm going to come back. But Steve, and for the rest of you, just really quick. I don't know if you've ever seen these videos by these guys. They're just fucking phenomenal. The AI is just amazing. But I've just put the link in the private chat. Steve, you might want to have a quick look while people are talking, just so you can view it and see it. But check it out, because they do a whole array of them and they're amazing. But sorry, Banksy, thanks for letting me come in. I'll be back in just a bit. Cheers.
All right, please come back. I mean,
I've seen these guys, the Door Brothers. They are fantastic. They are absolutely.
What you say, Banksy? You said you used the word attack. I guess one person's query is the next person's attack, because you might just be curious and want to have an explanation. And sometimes I like an answer that's more than, well, as they used to say, faith. You have to have faith, and that's the answer in a religious sense, in a Christianity sense, because that's all I can speak to. But I do prefer to have a explanation. Scientifically,
The thing is, Steve, you see, the reason I say attack vectors is that they're not doing this in order to alleviate you from or give you actual evidence of the existence of a god, if that is the debate. No, they give you these attack vectors in order to belittle or pull down your Christianity in order to replace it with Islam. Islam is ultimately their solution to the problems of Christianity.
If you think you're trading up, though, to become Muslim, I feel bad for you, honestly.
But that's how they sell it. That's how they sell it. They point out all the woes of the world,
Sharia,
and then offer you as Islam as the solution.
and
Trade
and,
up.
and,
Each
and,
their
and
own.
they'll
Funny
and
expression.
they'll promote Sharia, won't they?
Well, I mean, that all comes kind of later.
With it.
Really, their first stage of first sort of attack effect is that they have to destroy your current worldview, and they have to destroy your current standings of things that you believe is right and wrong or whatever it is. They will first pull that down. It's like the martial artists. There's an old thing in martial arts where you have two cups, and one cup is already full, and the other cup is what they have to offer. In order for you to fill your cup with what they have to offer, you have to empty the cup first, and then you have room to fill it with them. So that's what they do. They essentially strip away your current worldview, depending on what that is, Christianity, Judaism, human secularism, whatever, Buddhism, Hinduism. So they'll strip that away, and then they'll fill your cup with Islam.
That's interesting.
More of a thimble than a cup.
But yeah, that's because that's ultimately what they kind of do have to do that anyway. You can't. I mean, there are some similarities and some common ground between Christians and Muslims, but fundamentally, this is another vector that they attack. It's not an attack. It's actually it's a ruse. They'll say, we worship Jesus as well. We love Jesus. We don't, not worship. We love Jesus. We know Jesus too. And then they come in on that level of, we also respect Jesus and Moses and all the prophets. But really, if you actually look into the fundamentals of what Islam believes of Jesus and what Christians believe of Jesus, they're nothing of the like. They're nothing. No. There's the two entirely different entities. In fact, the God of the Bible is not the God of Allah.
Right.
Of
Yahweh
Islam.
is not Allah.
Exactly. But that's how they'll come in. That's how they'll come in. Oh, we believe in the same God. Allah just means God in Arabic. No, it doesn't. Allah is actually a specific name of a specific deity that the pagan Quraysh believed in. It's Allot. And Allah actually has 3 daughters. There's all sorts of things that's attached to the name Allah. And it's not Yahweh, and it's not Jehovah, and it's not Elohim. These are different things, different characters.
At the same time, you can't just pick on the Muslim for having this garb that is shown, and then there's a bunch in the background, because Christian faiths do the same thing also. There's a lot of hijacked Christianity.
Yeah. The problem is, there is a lot of schisms within Christianity. This is another vector again. They have like 6 different Bibles at the King James. The Muslims quite often actually literally have those books with them.
Right.
The King James and the New International Standard and the Orthodox or whatever. And they start to mock Christianity by having so much schisms and then they'll try to convince you, although this is actually another false, which has been proven to be false, they'll show you one Quran as if there is only one Quran. In reality, there isn't only one Quran. There's something like 37 different variations of Qurans in the world with different Arabic Qurans, not translations, Arabic Qurans, but different text within them. There's textual differences within those Qurans. And there's the one from Saudi Arabia, which is the Hafs. Then there's the Warsh, which is mostly circulated around North Africa. And then there's the Duri, which is in various other countries. And then there's a whole array of the variations within the Hafs, the Duri, and the Warsh. And there are a few others as well. The Quran is nonsense when the Muslims tell you that there's only one Quran. It is a bold-faced lie that they've been saying it for about 1,000 years. So it's a pretty old lie.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, people like Hatun. By the way, this what I learned. I learned this from Hatun and from Bob. These were the people who I discovered these things from. I myself grew up in a Muslim household in a Muslim country, which only believed in one Quran. I only ever knew that I in fact had no idea there were textual differences between Qurans. I told this to an Arab Iraqi friend of mine who's an atheist, just like me, doesn't believe in God, believes all this is crap. But I said to him, there is more than one Quran. He argued to death that this was not the case, that there is only one Quran. I'm like, dude, I promise you, because the indoctrination is so strong, Even though he doesn't believe in any of this, he couldn't accept that there was more than one Quran. It's a fundamental, because
Wouldn't they
Quran's
just argue
oneness.
that all the other ones are apostate?
Well, what they do is they don't say it's apostate. They say that these are differences of what's the term? Linguistic differences between the different tribes, and they had like different accents. Like, you have a Louisiana accent, you have a New York accent.
Right. That's the same argument as the Bible.
Well, yeah, essentially, yeah, you could actually put that. But the thing is, Bible has verses missing and verses added.
Well, that's a different game that's being played. But
so
I'm
there
talking
is
about translations.
But no, these are not translations. These are the same Arabic, but different dialects. That's it. I finally got it. These are 10 officially recognized 10 different dialects of the Arabic that Muhammad recited, and apparently he recited all 10 of them.
Good for him.
It's all bollocks. Dude, this is all bullshit. None of this is true. The Muslims are prolific liars. They are amazing at lying for their religion. But they claim that these are all different dialects that were around the Arabian Peninsula. And so the Quran was written with these different dialects. That's why there's different words, but they actually all mean the same thing. Even though when you look into the dialects, you realize, no, they actually mean different things. If I tell you that I am coming to your house, or if I tell you we are coming to your house, that changes what I'm telling you. I'm not... It completely changes the sentence. So when you have something like I and we that have been changed from one book that says we and the other one that says I, and they're not, the meaning isn't the same. I mean two different things. But they insist, no. It's all still the same message. It's all the same. Like, dude, you're bullshitting yourself at this point. You're not convincing me of anything.
I didn't realize that Speaker Square was a religious thing. I thought it was like political more so. I thought people went there to speak out against the government.
The thing is, Speaker's Corner is a place, it started off like 150 years ago, where they used to execute people, and people got their final say. That's how it started. It started at a place where they used to hang people. There's literally a hangman's tree still at Speaker's Corner. And people used to get their final say at that place. Okay. And that, after capital punishment and all that was removed from Britain, that simply morphed into a place where it has now got legislation for it. Like British law has designated that place on a Sunday to have special freedom of speech that you don't get other places in the country. You don't get it on the street corner.
Fun fact for you, I learned last night: the hanging was different in Britain than it was in America. In Britain, they would put the knot somewhere so that when you dropped, it would snap your neck and it would be a clean death. But in America, they dropped you so that you strangled to death.
You choked.
I did not realize that there was a difference of capital punishment. I thought it was all the same difference.
I mean, in Iran, and also I've seen it in Syria now as well, they don't just drop you. They, in fact, have a crane in which they pull you up and then you slowly strangle to death. And they do that on purpose.
Than what you do over there when you catch a traitor being quartered.
Where? In Iran?
No, in Britain.
In Britain.
What they used to do to traitors.
Yes,
I can't remember the phrase, but something and quartered.
Hung, drawn, and quartered.
Right. That's fucking...
Yeah. They should hang you, then draw you, which was pull you, stretch you. This was in the movie Braveheart.
I thought that they dragged them behind a cart and ripped the skin off
maybe,
their body, and then did something to them, and then they entrailed them and
chopped them up. Yeah. It's similar to something... That happened in Braveheart. If you watch Braveheart at the end, they kind of basically did that.
They just took his balls. They did a small quartering.
No, William Wallace, they cut him into 5 pieces and they put all of his different extremities all around the UK
country,
to show.
They sent his head. I think his head was on London Bridge,
and then
leg, his legs and arms were sent all over the country.
They did the same to Thomas Cromwell as well, didn't they? Henry VIII's advisor.
They
when
did.
he fell out of fame.
Really?
Yeah.
But yeah, let me get back to Speaker's Corner quickly. The Speaker's Corner is supposed to be a place where everybody can have their say, whatever conversations you want to have. Since 2020 of COVID, it became dominated by Muslims and Christians because the other sort of political, if you like, speakers just stopped coming. Some of them are coming back now, but for the most part, it is a predominantly Islam, Christianity dominated environment now. Yeah.
Even though muscular Christianity, as Bob calls it, has sort of resolved. We've got a lot of African Christians that turn up every week. They're very, very knowledgeable as well,
Yes.
and they don't take any shit like the softy British Christians, and they don't get the abuse because they don't take the shit.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's different. Like, I don't know if you've seen Shalili recently. Have you been following that based?
No.
There's this like 4'6" Indian woman who says some pretty outrageous stuff about Muhammad. And she does get hounded fairly badly, like shouted at, but the Muslims don't tend to touch her and at least don't go near her. But they do literally scream at her to shut up. But she does almost constantly say Muhammad is a PDF file.
Yeah, I was going to say she's stating facts. Yeah.
Yeah. She's pretty brutal as well.
Like a 53-year-old marrying a 6-year-old, stuff like
that. Yeah, I think it was 53 or 57. I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, it's pretty. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've been there so many times now. It's horrendously boring for me because it's almost the same conversation. I could play you, like tomorrow. I'll go there and you'll see what I record, and I could play you. You could go back and watch my last week's video, and it will be almost identical.
I've literally just lined up a video in the back chat now showing a Muslim woman condoning PDFL. Literally in front of Bob, in front of everyone, and he repeats it, and she goes, "Yes, yes."
Oh yeah. Oh, there's been loads of Muslims who say, if you ask them, "Would you marry your daughter off at 9 years of age?" They're like, "Yeah, I would if she's ready."
Ali Dawah is the one, isn't it?
Yeah, Ali Dawah, not just Ali Dawah, lots of other Muslims. They said, and others have asked them, "Would you marry a 9-year-old?" He's like, "Yeah."
The reason why, lads, is they can't condemn
Prophet.
Yes.
So yeah, they can't
condemn it. So
they can't condemn his actions in any way.
They've got to try and so that's the way they go about it. Because if they condemn it, then what happens to them then?
Well, one thing I will say, Aisha's marriage to Muhammad is not a thing in the Middle East. Nobody even thinks twice about it. It's perfectly normal. I only started to notice Muslims getting a bit squeamish and having to sort of justify their way out of this in the West. It's only in the West the Muslims debate with non-Muslims about Muhammad's marriage to Aisha and its inappropriate sort of aspects. In the Middle East, it's perfectly normal. No one even questions it, by the way. I mean,
are they
if
allowed
you
to
do, you probably get beheaded.
Exactly.
But generally, it's not just the fact that, what I'm saying is, it's not just the fact that people are afraid that this happen, that they can't talk about this. They don't consider it a problem. It's not a thing that they're like, well, it's a little bit off, but the Prophet did it, so whatever. No, they're not even in their mind, in their processes, thought process. This is a bad thing. This is wrong.
What is your goal at the Speaker's Corner tomorrow, Banksy? Do you already have a thought in mind that you're going to challenge, or what?
Just troll.
Well, if the feminists show up, I will definitely screw with them. But if
please, if we're going to show
you saw that last time.
If we're going to show a video, have you got a little short clip
I don't have a short clip. It's in that. It's buried in that 3-4 hour stream. I got to cut it out.
What do you do, Banksy? Before you get there, do you like down 3 cups of coffee? Do you eat some some like over-the-counter speed? Like, what do you do to keep your energy up? Do you have a big meal? Do you go no food? Ton of water? What's the
he
prep?
went off to the feminists, and rightly so, because they take themselves too seriously, right? And you will know this woman. Her name's Posey Parker.
Sure.
She's an
I'm sure
actress.
Kelly Jean.
Yeah,
Kelly Jean.
You're right.
Oh,
might
Parker
reckon.
Parker Posey. That's an actress.
That's it. Yeah.
Posey Parker.
Posey Parker. Yeah.
Parky Posey. Wait, who are you talking about?
Posey
Posey?
Parker. Posey Parker, the blonde lady.
Oh, that's weird because we have an actress here in the United States, and her name is Parker Posey, which is exact opposite.
Yeah.
No.
Basically, they turned up, and they never used to go to Speaker's Corner properly. They used to go down the way because they just. And anyway, they came over to Speaker's Corner, and of course, Banksy thinks and he's right, that light trolling is acceptable in Speaker's Corner, and it shouldn't be frowned upon. Well,
Heckling.
they don't even allow blokes in their presence half the time. Literally, I've been there before live streaming. They were telling me to get down, shut up, all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
But Banksy wasn't having it at Speaker's Corner proper. And what happened? How did it start?
Well, the thing is, the feminists come once a month, the last Sunday of every month. They come to this Speaker's Corner in order to have their little sewing circle, and they go off. They don't come to the main area where the Speaker's Corner actually is, or where the people mostly speak. They go down the park towards this tree where they call it Freedom Tree or some crap, and they have their little sewing circle there, and they natter away, and they say whatever the hell it is that they say. But the thing is, no one really disturbs them over there. People leave them alone, and no one goes there, and it's just their own little thing. But then they decided, but they're not getting enough attention. It's just, essentially they're in their own echo chamber down there. So they wanted to come to the main area of Speaker's Corner where everyone else speaks. Now, the rules change when you come to the main part, because in the main part, the traditional Speaker's Corner is that there's a speaker on a soapbox or whatever. Have you guys, by the way, used the term "get on your soapbox"?
Yes, we know what that is,
That comes from Speaker's Corner. That's where it originated from, that saying, because people get a soapbox and they put it on the ground and they stand on it, and you're elevated off and you can then talk. Anyway, at Speaker's Corner, the speaker is on their soapbox having their little, speech, but people will heckle him and throw, comments of pointing out the fallacies of their argument or whatever. But heckling is part of the tradition. And these women, all the Karens come out in spades. They do not want any man to talk. And I'm like, if that's the case, go back to your little tree. Because
I watched this live.
You come to this place.
I watched this live, and I was about half hour behind real time. I was scanning through it, and all of a sudden I was like, "Oh shit, Banksy!" And I rounded it back. I was, "Oh, more! I missed it. Go back a bit more." And I watched it all. It was hilarious.
Yeah, but
Banksy,
the thing is,
Banksy, do you think that women should have the right to vote?
Ooh. Look,
shit.
You see the problem. I mean, I could give this the easy answer of no, but it's much more nuanced than that. I don't think anyone should have automatically the right to vote. I'm more inclined towards the Starship Troopers idea of you have to earn the right to vote. You have to do something for your nation to get the right to vote. Everyone, man, woman,
That's what
whatever.
happened traditionally. Men were given the votes because they were going to be conscripted. Right? That's what happened traditionally in the world. That's
Well,
why
I'll
men
take
were
that
given
as
the
a
vote.
no.
I wouldn't
Okay,
agree
do you
with
think
that. Sorry, Steve, go on.
Do you think that women should have the right to drive a motor vehicle?
Does ethnicity matter or just genetics?
No, just women.
And on
If you have to wear a burqa, no.
on a more sensible note, you say you've got to do something for you. So women, what about women bringing up children then in the next generation and being a mother? You say that's not really worthy then?
the thing is, as a nation, we can decide what those things are to qualify you to earn the right to vote. It doesn't have to be just joining the military or civil service. We can determine what those qualifiers are, but there should be qualifiers. I mean, in the United States, famously, only landowners could vote in the beginning. So there should be some qualifier. I think too many idiots vote and they don't know why they're voting.
That the idiots probably don't vote. Women, I don't think you should have to hit a certain mark or something to be able to vote. Not at all. Not in a democratic, free society.
Of course. Anybody who is, say, a legal adult, whatever that means, where you are, should be able to vote.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay,
I mean, you could make an argument for a convicted felon losing the right to vote. Like convicted felons can't buy guns. Maybe they can't vote too. That's fine. But once you've achieved non-felonhood as an adult, as an American, you should be able to vote.
Yeah, but the reason. Wait, there, let me just speak up about the reason why men were given a vote. The men were given a vote because they could be conscripted into the army. So
but currently women are not.
Yeah, that's why the general man. That's why the general man, like Bob and Jim. That's why they were given a chance to vote, because obviously it meant an awful lot. Their decision would mean an awful lot.
So if they could, if they could enlist women, would that then equal it out?
Well,
for me, no.
Technically, I can see why men were given the vote. If they could be conscripted into the army, I can understand that. That's
yeah, but we've moved on since then. We've moved on incredibly. Of course, women should have the vote. 100%.
I mean, everybody should have the vote. It shouldn't have anything to do with your sex. That seems totally ridiculous.
No, not to your sex.
It's nothing to do with your sex.
What do you mean, not your sex? That's what that means.
No, it's not. It's to do with how much you're going to lay down your life on the line. So if you're going to lay your life down,
who cares? Why is that void? If you have a chance of giving the vote, but why does that void out if you have a better, that doesn't mean that the person that didn't do that doesn't have as good of a idea or importance of who should be the leader of that country. That's ridiculous.
Well, I would suggest males that could be conscripted to go to a pointless war would think much carefully about their vote.
It doesn't matter. Why does it matter if somebody thinks more carefully about their vote? They're going to vote for whoever they think.
What do you do in this situation then? What do you do in this situation? You've granted the vote because you have the ability to be conscripted. It goes to a vote as to whether you should go to war or not, and they all vote that they don't want to go to war.
Then you don't go to war.
Yeah, exactly. But women should be given the vote. And one last point: if you are in a situation where your life is absolutely crap and you can't contribute because of circumstances, you've got the right to vote to improve your life. But you're saying, they shouldn't have the vote. They shouldn't be given that opportunity because they don't contribute anything. They might not be able to.
Well, again, as I said, as a nation, you can decide on the qualifiers of what qualifies an individual to vote.
You're 18 years old.
Who qualifies?
Well, as I said, as a nation, you can all agree on the rules of what qualifies you to vote. But what I'm trying to stress...
why should there be any qualification?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Because people have been given rights without responsibility, mostly women. Women have enjoyed a lot of rights without the responsibility or the understanding that these rights and freedoms come with responsibilities. And I think that we should reinstill a sense of responsibility, and your responsibilities are also connected to the freedoms and rights that you enjoy. You enjoy these rights, these freedoms, because you are responsible for certain things. And when the time comes to pay the fiddler, essentially, you will know your responsibilities and why you have been given these freedoms. And I don't think people appreciate them.
You're just trying to find a fancy word for you don't want to think that you think you're better than somebody else, and you're trying to figure out some glossy way you can put it so it doesn't make you feel bad.
No, I probably would fail most of the tests that I would set up for people to qualify to vote.
I mean,
I just don't want morons
that's just another example of
to vote. No, I'll be honest. I don't think every idiot deserves a vote.
Why? Because
They don't.
That idiot should have their say so on how they think that they should be ruled as well.
In order for them,
it doesn't. Just because you think they're an idiot, or maybe they really are an idiot, it doesn't give them a less. Less choice of what they should be.
It does. It does.
No,
Nature.
it doesn't.
No. Affiliate. Nature does this all the time. Survival of the fittest, survival of the smartest, whatever you want. Nature selects all the time which one gets to have privileges and which one doesn't. We have effectively circumvented the natural law of the world.
A child's born early and has to go into an incubator because it only weighs 2 pounds. You're going, oh, natural selection, just let the kid die.
I'll be honest. If that child, you see, okay, I'll give you this, Lee. If a child is born, and there have been these people where when you go on a plane and they say, sorry, we have put someone with a nut allergy, so we will not give out nuts today, because even if you touch a doorknob with your nuts, inflected hands, this person could die. If you are of a person who is going to die from nut dust, I think nature has selected you to die. You really shouldn't be alive any longer than you need to be. If you are that sensitive to nuts,
most of us
nature has really selected you. You shouldn't have made it out of the incubator.
There's hardly any of us here, based on age, that because of modern technology shouldn't be in existence. So what you're saying is, because we haven't figured out, some magic pill, we've all would have died of infection from some kind of thing that we had. So where do you draw the line of
what
you're saying? Natural selection would have taken us all out by now. So we all should be dead by your
argument is just non-existent. It just falls down straight away.
I honestly, I think my argument holds water. If you give people a sense of achievement for their vote, they will be wiser with their votes.
Well, one thing you have to remember about airlines is responsibility, isn't it? It's about once you think through security, you can stop at all the stores. And
buy nuts
in the store you can bring onto the plane.
I know.
So for them to have this no nut policy that you're talking about would be
but it's happened. I've been on planes where they've announced, please do not, if you have nuts, do not take it out of the bag. We will not hand out any nuts because we have someone with a nut allergy.
But honestly, if you've got a nut allergy, you can actually sort of like wear that allergy down by exposing yourself to it. Now I know you've got to be careful of doing it, but I have known now where people with a severe allergic nut allergy, by actually exposing them to it in a medical way, done correctly, they can become less volatile to the nut allergy.
Or you simply pass on as nature intended.
Well, I mean, if Baste exposes his nuts to them, he could very well scare the allergy right out of them.
Possibly.
Well, if you could make the reaction less by just working it a bit, why don't you work it a bit instead of just upsetting everyone else on the plane? I mean, well, that's what the baby council, American baby doctors, whatever the fuck their name is, pediatrics or doctor, blah blah blah, came out and said something about exposing your kids to peanuts at an early age can actually help to bypass this thing, whereas the common thing was to withhold until they're 2 or 3 years old. I've seen them. They're already fucking bumbling messes running around destroying your house. No, get them the nuts.
Just make sure you get them vaxxed, right?
Vaccination is good. You don't really want a kid with polio.
Why do you want vaccination? If they've got something and they're going to die, why do you want to save them? That was your angle. Now you're changing your mind.
Sorry, you said the nut allergy. Vaccinate the vaccination against nut allergies.
No, vaccination against anything. You said survival of the fittest. If somebody comes down ill and you can save them an injection, your theory is let them die because they were supposed to die.
Again, you see, you're missing out. You see, this is the problem with these sort of conversations. You guys always, go to the extremes and you miss out the nuances. If you are so allergic to nuts and that you are going to die if someone 2 seats away from you, 4 seats away from you has some dust nut particles, then I'm sorry, God hates you and wants you to join him. But if you to not have polio or smallpox is slightly different from some nut dust that's going to take you out.
No, not according to what you said. You said it's a selection, nature's selection. So
to some extent, yes, but I mean, we have managed to circumvent some of nature's deadliest forms.
It's all right for some and not some other. My daughter's boyfriend, he's got a nut allergy, and we go to restaurants quite often. And when he orders something, I don't hear the head guy in the restaurant turning around to all the other customers going, "Oh, by the way, none of you can order anything that's got nuts in because this guy's turned up and he's got a nut allergy."
It's a right pain in the ass, isn't it?
Yeah, but
it's a right pain in the ass.
Look, his nut allergy is probably like digesting it himself directly. I'm talking about I'm not joking. I was on a plane where this happened, where they were like, we cannot have anyone have any kind of nuts because if this person, you could literally, if you touch
being a chef. Imagine being a chef every day with these fucking...
it's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare.
Like, technically speaking, what you say is right, because after... What is it, somewhere around 14,000 feet? They have to just use only the air that's in the plane. So
they recycle it.
Get it from the peanuts.
Yeah, usually by the time you get the snacks, you're way above the peanut allergy threshold of altitude, and you will, like, literally this, fucking Banksy here will be scarfing down his nuts while 2 rows down, some fucking guy's dead.
Yeah.
And as long as they don't divert the flight and stay on the proper path to the destination, where's the loss, right?
Well, one thing which is really unusual, back when they allowed smoking on airplanes, the air was cleaner because they had to cycle the air and bring in fresh air. Now they just recycle it through the filters, and they don't actually bring in fresh air because people are banned from smoking. So, in fact, smoking could have saved that nut allergy kid if people around him were lighting up some Marlboros.
I feel like you're starting your speaker's corner a little bit early, my man.
No, this is good.
Yeah, Banksy, have you literally got a 2-minute timestamp? Just like a 2-minute timestamp of that?
Oh, dear God. Dude, you're going to make me work. You're going to make me go through my videos of 3 hour long to find the feminist clip for you.
Literally the best 2 minutes. Like, no, not even all of it.
I think I actually timestamped it on the video in the messages.
I just want to quickly circle back to the draft because I read something. I had a friend tell me that women are going to be signed in the draft for the next draft that happens. But the most I could find is that the House of Representatives passed a version of a bill that was created by the Senate Armed Service Committee that changes it for men so that they're automatically registered from 18 to 26 for selective service, whereas before they had to opt into it. And it's also they also want to make it so that women are part of the selection of the draft. So I thought that was interesting.
Have you seen as well, while you're finding that video, the Ukrainian, just going back to Ukraine for a second, the Ukrainian government have passed the bill now that they can have conscription from 18 years old and upwards. From January the 1st, you should see the figures of young men, again, running out the country, crossing the border so they don't have to serve. Amazes me that they need soldiers like you wouldn't believe. So obviously they don't love their country as much as they say they do.
But they're allowed to vote, Lee.
That doesn't mean they don't love their country.
You're right. You can't.
They called off the elections. They called off the elections.
But they're allowed to vote, Lee.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I think they're sensible. Why do you want to go to a front line and get massacred? I think they're actually, I don't blame them.
I don't blame them either, dude.
People shit on Poland, sort of, about their immigration policies. Not me. I think they're brilliant. Poland has received about 2 million Ukrainian refugees.
Yeah.
Have they received many others? Not motherfucking one.
Yep.
We have vetted you, and you do not pass.
Okay, the UK have taken 217,000. They have either taken 2 million or 1.4. I can't remember which one it is because they took a load in 2014. So those two figures are ringing the bell, but they've taken more than anyone else has in Europe. Yet they're the far right party. They're the far right country. Just think about it, lads. Just think about it.
Do you UK guys do you guys have Who Wants to Be a Millionaire over there?
Yeah. Did you say you gay guys?
Yeah, we designed it. It was our show.
Oh, I thought it was.
That was off.
But back to you guys thinking that, you got to have some kind of qualification to be, vote. But that show, did you guys watch that show? There was, you could have you could phone a friend that was like a genius in that topic or whatever, or you could poll.
We could totally bomb you, yeah.
Yeah, you could poll the audience. Well, the poll in the audience was way outwon the phone of a friend that was a genius in that subject.
Oh yeah.
And it was because you had all kinds of different variations of people putting their input into one thing. It's called power of the crowds.
Right.
And
I've
when
heard
you
this
start
theory.
when you start deleting a part of that crowd, you're not going to get that total answer, because sometimes the bad answers out,
But I've also seen the crowd. I've also seen the crowd do the opposite and go completely wrong.
Yeah, but of course they do. Of course they do. But statistically, you have a much better shot of going with the crowd.
If they
you can't. There's nothing that's going to be a 100% win every time. I mean, we would solve every problem that there was known to man. But, statistically, your best option is going with everybody, getting everybody's opinion on a certain topic. So when you start omitting a portion of the because of the standards you put in place, it doesn't mean that the right answer ain't going to come about, because those people that make wrong decisions aren't going to make it. Go ahead, Smokesteve.
Sorry. No, I don't know what happened. I was just trying to show there are 4 lights is here. Hello, buddy. Welcome. But that was a very good point, Aphid.
Did you see, Adam Banksy will know this as well, I don't know if you guys do, where Hungary won't take in any migrants whatsoever, being criticised by the EU. Brilliant interview with one of their ministers who said, this is why we haven't got any trouble. We don't want all these Muslims in our country. They don't take any. So September this year, EU come up with their next fine for them, which was 200 million euros. And I think isn't the president there called Victor? And he was like, it's fine, we'll pay it. Because you know what? It's going to cost less than having all our communities.
Yeah, I think I know the individual number is it's £29,000 fine. So it averages out, and even I know that's pretty fucking cheap considering. So
yeah, I mean, you know what? The EU is going to self-destruct. I mean, this seems like that's what they're on the road to with this kind of behavior.
Yeah. Well, Merkel said to Syria when it all kicked off a couple of years ago, all come. They all fucking come. And after 1.4 million, they realized they weren't as productive as they thought they were going to be. Yeah. And then she said, well, actually, the rest of Europe should take their quota of these doctors and engineers. And so basically then the rest of Europe then took, and of course then the UK was a big favourite then when they realised Europe wasn't a bed of roses like it was sold to them. So that's the reality, and it is the reality. Merkel said, "Fucking hell, this is not working out too well." They seem to want a lot of social care and everything else.
Yeah. And that one, what was it, psychiatrist or psychologist, seemed to drive that vehicle into a bunch of people at a Christmas bizarre, right, or whatever you want to call it.
Don't forget, he was an ex-Muslim, atheist, Zionist.
What the hell does that mean?
Yeah, and he was all those things, but then he attacked a Christian Christmas market. So riddle me that, or could it be? And Banksy can give his opinion because he knows Takia. Could it be Takia? Could it be the always sort of thing to just come across, sleeper seller, play the one game, and in reality, that's Takia. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
when it
the
comes
thing
down,
is,
one of the first things I heard after they released the name and the origin of the person, almost immediately, it was, "This isn't a time to have rash reactions and jump to conclusions." But to me, I'm like, yeah, it is that fucking time. People got ran over. Now's the fucking time.
Yeah, 140.
Wake
I
up,
think the
people.
latest number
Wake
was.
up. I'm not talking about anything extreme here, but
the frightening thing is, though,
brilliant engineers, a brilliant country, a wonderful country. It's built itself back after being a real son of a bitch in the 1940s to an ally. But now, like, what the fuck's going on over there, man? Like, what
exactly. But the frightening thing for the government, which they've now had to dissolve because there's been a vote of no confidence, they have an election in February, and this is certainly going to be something that people will be thinking about when they're voting. That's for sure. So you could see more numbers of they call them the far right because they don't like them, don't they? But increasing their numbers in Parliament. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The AFD is growing.
One thing that I think gets me angry, though, when I watch it, is that some of the reporters were saying that that local town had no concrete barriers. It was open for that sort of attack, and they criticised the local council equivalent or whatever it was. And it made me think, you know what? If I go back to the 1980s, 1990s, like in Manchester, when we have our Christmas market, big concrete blocks around, why criticise them? Because when we were living quite peacefully before, we didn't need them. We need to put these things because of these fucking radicals. So it just pisses me off. It pisses me off that they get criticised. The police get criticised for it. If we didn't let them fucking in, we wouldn't have to do this, would we? So it's just...
This is what I mean. This is where the left has lost the plot. They're not saying, why did the Germans' foreign policy, immigration policy, has failed the German people and has left them vulnerable to crazy madmen killing them in the Christmas markets? No, why didn't you put your people in more cages? Why didn't you put more bollards up? Why didn't you just surround yourself with frigging chain link fences and just cage yourself in because madmen are outside that you let in to your nation? You let the savages in. Now it's your fault for dying.
Yeah, and another thing about all this, I always said about all these markets and all that. Okay, so they protect it with like urban street furniture. That's what I like to call it. But they're either disguised as
bollards of peace.
Yeah, bollards of peace. Jihadi barriers of peace. Yeah. So, but like they'll put big, huge flower pots that will be like concreted into the ground with to make it not look like it's a fortress. But the end result is then they put like those 1,000-liter water pallets. Have you seen them? That's the temporary ones they stick down, obviously, because that. But the end reality is, when you leave the Christmas market and you walk down the road.
Yes.
There's nothing stopping anything. I mean, for example, it's a Christmas night, there'll be a lot of people using public transport. What's going to stop the nearest bus stop? Nothing.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you look at London, at least, they've actually done that as well. They've actually erected bollards and barriers along Westminster Bridge because there was that van guy who went along Westminster Bridge and mowed people down. So now there's bollards along the bridges. And yes, your pavements will be barricaded in with intermittent bollards and stuff. Your whole society will simply be caged in to save you from the very monsters that your government let in on a do-gooders leftist attitude. This is the problem. It's like, should the Germans have to barricade themselves in their houses to save them from the monsters that you let into the country? Or how about this as an idea? Don't let the monsters in. Whoa, shocking. And by the way, this guy said he was an atheist. Now, there's videos of him going around, people claiming that he said Allahu Akbar when he was being arrested. I've watched that video multiple times. In fact, I got it on my phone. He doesn't say Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar is pretty distinctive, and he's talking to the guy, the police officer in Germany, and he responds in German, and he responds something in German. It's not Allahu Akbar. No Middle Easterner says Allahu Akbar in the way he did it. So this is all a bit of a fake news, I have to say. I'm not saying that this guy isn't a Muslim fanatic. He very well could be a Muslim fanatic. I don't believe for 1 second he's an atheist. But he didn't say Allahu Akbar.
Sounds interesting. I mean, you guys, the UK government can't provide Norwell tusks for every citizen to defend themselves because apparently you don't have any other fucking weapons over there, but that works when it needs to.
Oh, we're gonna have to go down to the Arctic and take out those Norwals. We need this. Sorry, we need this for the jihadis.
Natural selection.
Do you know the
we have butter knives though? We do have butter
details
knives.
on that, Steve. The guy that attacked him with the husks, he was an ex-murderer. Do you know that?
Yeah, I did. I knew the whole story.
Crazy,
he was a reformed long-term prisoner, and he grabbed the fucking Norwell husk and went after the guy who was killing people. Right?
Yes. So the guy that was killing people, he had been seen as a model prisoner, and when after his release in home Birmingham, he was allowed to breach his ASBO or whatever because he wasn't allowed in Greater London, and they said we're going to invite you to this conference, but you give you a speech because you're really you're really liberal now and progressive, and sadly the organisers were just deluded, and this guy come to London all planned up. He had no chaperone where she should have had. He went to the venue, went to the toilet, got himself equipped with some duct tape and some sharp pointy things, and strapped that to his wrists, and went out there and the whole conference was about ex-offenders. So one of the ex-offenders who was actually a murderer went out with the husk and beat him down with the husk.
Yeah. Do you know the two young people that he unalived, who took out, deleted, were literally liberal Oxford students who they themselves would have probably, killed themselves to keep this guy in the country if he was ever to be deported or anything like that. So they were proper liberals themselves. But these two young people were Oxford students, what we consider to be our brightest and best. So this piece of dog turd took out two, essentially new, young people just emerging, essentially coming into their life, and for this son of a gun. Anyway, I get upset when I talk about these things, guys. I'm gonna go to bed because Speaker's Corner is. I need to get at least 3-4 hours sleep.
What are you covering tomorrow, Banksy? What are you covering?
I don't really have any agendas when I go there. I just record whatever is in front of me, whatever people are giving speeches. I tend to have a few questions I want to ask about recent events. Last time it was the German attack, which Muslims don't talk to me, so I couldn't really interview them.
Well, and again, real quick, here is Banksy's channel. I'm going to put it again here in the chat. I want you guys to subscribe and make sure you go check them out tomorrow.
Or you're not welcome here.
Good job, Banksy.
It's not that big a deal, guys.
No, I want to give you what I can for
It's
promo.
a thing. But thank you guys. But yeah. I mean, if I tend to write at least 1 or 2 questions. There's this Azerbaijan flight. I don't know if you guys know that took a nosedive. Also, apparently another flight went down in South Korea.
Yeah, cover them both. We're on late breaking news here on the Smokesteve's International Pub.
Yeah, nice.
Ready to go. I was waiting for Last Dance on that one.
Where is Last Dance today?
He's got some stuff he was involved in, and he was trying to make it here. He's still trying to make it here, I think. But it's going to be a last minute thing if it happens, but I'm guessing it probably won't happen.
That's coming off his credit score, man.
But yeah, so there's a couple of news events. Also, just generally best and worst of 2024. Find out what people think. It's the last Speakers Corner of the year. So yeah, I'm sure there'll be some excitement to be had. Let's see what happens. It's freezing cold though. I'm not looking
I hope you
forward to
don't get
that.
a rotten tomato thrown at you tomorrow, Banksy.
I don't think anyone brings rotten vegetables anymore. I think that ended in like the Middle Ages.
Oh, did it? Oh, that sucks. Let me make it more
Go
interesting.
safe, Banksy. Go safe.
It's daggers now. Daggers and fists mostly.
Next, watch out, buddy.
Those don't
Yeah,
wash
it's not
off
too
as
bad.
easy.
I've been punched only once at Speaker's Corner. Well, actually more than once, but it was a flurry of attacks from behind and then from front. But other than that, no, it's been mostly okay.
All right, shall we show the South Korean plane crash before you
Good
go?
night, gentlemen.
You got a video of it?
Nice one, man.
Yeah. All right. Good night, Banksy. Yeah.
Show it. Let's see it. I haven't seen this yet.
All right. He's coming in. It looks like landing gears have failed. He's real close to the ground, and he doesn't appear to be slowing down. And there is a barrier at the end of the runway.
Oh no, this
He
looks
looks a bit
like it's a
late there.
good one.
Is he a bit late?
Oh.
Oh, he's a bit late.
Oh, he's
Oh,
got
he's
no
already.
lead.
Oh, bloody hell. What, he went into a brick wall, for fuck's sake?
Oh. That's everybody gone on that one, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah. Look,
I'm not sure about that, Aphid.
Oh man, you know when they touched down and they had a smooth landing, those people on board were probably like, "We might get through this," you know,
Yeah,
until they hit
exactly.
that fucking brick wall.
I mean, what's going on there? I mean, it's protecting nothing. That brick wall's protected. It could just run off. You know what I mean? Why don't you just let it run off and skid out?
Yeah, at least give them a chance. Like put some.
Was it coming down for a landing?
If that was an
Obviously,
extra half
it was
a
coming down
mile
for a landing.
of grass field that was mowed, they probably would have just stopped and walked out.
I don't think they would have taken off with no landing gear.
What I was thinking was, But what I was thinking, I didn't really communicate it properly. Was was it just an accident, or is there North Koreans on there, terrorists? Because it looked like it was accelerating.
I don't know what it was. That's the video I got from Don.
How many people?
Bloody hell.
There was 100 and something on board, but like they keep saying the death toll is rising. It's like they're not saying I don't know what it's at now, but I think eventually tonight it's going to come out that everybody's perished.
Well, I mean that Kazakhstan plane, that, let's be honest about it, went down in much worse sort of angles and everything, and you've seen it explode straight away. But obviously that then broke up into like 3 or 4, I don't know how many pieces, but it definitely broke into more than 2. Now,
the tail stayed intact.
Yeah, well, it didn't. Yeah, it didn't go up in flames. Yeah, and it stayed pretty intact.
Yeah.
Now, if for example there wasn't that like concrete wall, that was a concrete wall there, right?
Yeah.
If that concrete wall wasn't there, it was a fence and just like fucking fields, that could have actually broken up, and you'd have had loads of survivors because it would have broken up. You know what I mean? Away from the tanks.
Yeah. Well, a lot of airports don't have the luxury of fields after them. There might have been a neighborhood back there. And like Logan Airport in Boston is in the middle of Boston Harbor. I think it's LaGuardia is in the middle of basically New York, right? You come in off the water. There's nothing behind them. Most airports don't have room to fucking slide around in the grass, like it's just a matter of
The sad
fact.
thing is, though, in that situation, you're going to be informed that there's difficulties, and you're thinking, Christ, I hope we're going to make this. And then the fact that the plane lands on the runway with no wheels and you're whizzing along, you've got to be thinking, we're going to be okay. Hopefully, we're going to be okay. And then you go, they have no idea, sat in their seats, that they're about to hit a fucking brick wall. I mean, they must have been hoping of hopes, thinking we might get away with this. And then you just come to a sudden stop.
I mean, it looked like there was a lot of fuel on there. So the first thing they would have done normally on any emergency is dump the fuel, dump the majority of that fuel. So and that looked like there was a lot of fuel on board.
It depends when it malfunctioned, though. I mean, if you're coming in, I don't know when do they. I don't know when do they usually get the gear down.
Yeah, but look, if you're coming in and there's no gear, right, all of a sudden, just say it's late, right?
Yeah.
You would fly around, right, and then you assess, and then you were working off from there. You don't go to land. So, like I said, however late that problem comes, really they would go up and assess. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you.
It's weird.
Whatever it was, when the shit hits the fan, you're up to the training and will of the pilots, and beyond that, nothing.
Yeah.
You know, is what it is. What do you think, Aphid? I guess the old dog's not going to make it, huh?
I don't think he is, man. I don't think he is.
3:38. That's a pretty good length of pub. We're after 11 my time. Shit.
I'm pretty curious of kind of what was happening in the chat between T and Aphid. I know that they have a long-standing relationship for many years, and I'm curious if that conversation is that conversation ever going to progress. Are the questions of it like? Is that a legit question or?
I really do have a list of questions for Cup of Tea. You know, I've known Cup of Tea for well over a decade now, and you know, he called into the Hayden show one time, so we all know he's got the capabilities and can speak. You know, and I don't know why. You know, he's here every single week. He trolled me on every single one of my live shows I ever had. And you know, Cup of Tea is here every single week. He's the only one that's probably been here more than Last Dance, who's probably been here the most next to Cup of Tea.
Big up Cup of Tea.
And he won't call in, but he's here every single week. It just fascinates me that, you know, he's so into engaging with us that he won't, you know, he won't call in and talk to us, and I just wish there was a good reason for that.
You asked him the meaning of his name, and I don't see your answer to that, T. Is it more than just you like cups of tea, or he's saying question 3, please, but I'd love to see question 2 answered.
Question 3, I got all kinds of questions. Which the one I forgot, which was why you use the frog for your live leak, you know, because that's how long I've had these. You had a frog for your, now I remember it, a frog for your avatar on live leak. I wondered, but there's all kinds of questions that I could ask you, Cup of Tea.
Those frog people were terrible. Those frog people.
I remember that.
Yeah, it's just bizarre, you know. And Cup of Tea was obviously had another account on Live Leak because he had like 1 or 2 comments with his Cup of Tea account, but he knew everything about every single person on Live Leak. So there was no way that he only had 2 comments, you know, of being there for 10 years or however long it was.
You see, there are 4 lights here, Nathan.
Yeah, he did. He called into Hayden's show and talked for a while. So he has the capabilities. He doesn't have to turn his cam on. I'm sure Smokesteve would let him on.
Of course I am.
And it's been all this time. I mean, wouldn't you want to interact with us on a, you know, live, you know, like we could answer each other like face to, or, you know, voice to voice? It would be
watch it be Kamala Harris.
It'd be such a treat for the ending of 2024 to have a call in from Cup of Tea.
He interacts and he does it in his own way. And, you know, I know you're, you know, kind of needling him, busting his chops. I'm just going to say, I have so few fucking people that come here to watch me, whether you're in the chat or on screen. Keep coming back. Great.
He's not gonna not come back because of anything I have to say.
Oh, I know. I'm just...
Did Cup of Tea ever go to Meat Grinder in Manchester? When I went there,
no.
And
as far as I know, unless he was using his other names that he used, and he was there.
Who was
no,
the
as
guy?
far as I know.
Who was the guy that used to come on and it was always talking about swimming and used to get quite uptight at times. I remember meeting him there in Manchester.
Oh,
what was
yeah.
he? Oh, what was his name? I've forgotten it.
Um,
Oh, man.
Cypher this? Is that who you're talking
That's
about?
it. Yeah. Cypher came over especially for that.
Yeah.
I think he did a bit of sightseeing up in Cumbria, but yeah, I remember him coming over especially. Don't see him anymore.
No, you don't see him anymore. I don't know what to say. Hopefully
Yeah.
Smokesteve comes back because I'm sitting here treading water. Last Dance has the power to shut
You're
this
swimming
thing
fine,
down.
Nathan.
Last Dance can shut this thing down, but I don't have those controls because I don't have the trust that Last Dance
You're already
has.
destroying the algorithm. He doesn't want the rest of it to go down.
What did he say anything when he left Smokesteve there, or did he just leave?
I think he's just gone for a pee or something. Or
Yeah,
get
I
a
think
drink.
he's just water in the ground.
Let's hope so. So did you guys have a good Christmas?
He kind of. It was everything was great with the family and stuff, but I'm just getting over a bloody cold. So it was like I was just full of bloody cold over the Christmas Eve, Christmas
sucks.
Day, Boxing Day. Yeah,
Oh,
too right. You know when you're just not on top form and you're trying your best because you don't want to. Yeah, it's just like so. It was like, but so
what's
it's only
Boxing
today.
Day?
It's the day after Christmas Day. It's still a national holiday. So you have Christmas
really?
Day.
What's it refer to?
Oh, good question. I don't know. I've never really looked into it. It'll be.
What is Boxing Day? What is it? You don't know what that stands for?
I'm gonna look now.
Your boxes, your Christmas boxes.
Huh?
Boxing Day.
To do with your Christmas boxes, eh?
But like you don't have to go...
Get a load of this then. So traditionally, Boxing Day has been recognised as a day to give gifts to servants. So we're going back a bit. So that's why then. So obviously, those that were very wealthy would Boxing Day would be the servants' day for them to get presents.
Oh, really? So like the day after, the day of Christmas, they would celebrate with their family. The day after, they would give it to the, give presents to their servants.
And I guess the servants were on duty during Christmas Day to serve food, drinks, this, that, and the other. I know there's also a tradition in the country where, like a landowner, somebody once again fairly wealthy, there's the Boxing Day hunt where they all dress up in their red tunics, black hats, and the women go as well, and they chase a fox across the country with their hounds and rip it apart.
It's fascinating that you have, national holidays based on wealthy people and not the average person. It just seems bizarre.
Well, generally, they set the rules many years ago, hundreds of years ago. So, yeah.
So nobody's going to work on Christmas Day and nobody's going to work on Boxing Day.
Yeah, correct.
Wow. Yeah. Well, at least you get 2 days back to back.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
I never go to work.
It depends. Some stores will open because they'll have the Boxing Day sales. So this
right.
I'm sure
somewhere.
Oh man, it's mad, right? So let's say I'm just making this up now. You'll buy a TV for somebody for Christmas, say one of your children. So you've got this £600 TV, so they can open it up on Christmas Day, and the very next morning you can go to the store and buy it for £300 because it's 50% off and it's in the sales. I mean, I've said to my daughter before now, you could get twice the amount of stuff that I'm going to buy you if you're prepared to wait one day. And she's like, no, Christmas Day, under the tree, the presents and everything else. I just think, and I look and I just think, oh my God, most of this stuff is half price tomorrow.
Do you guys celebrate like not celebrate, but do you have Black Friday there the day after? Well, you don't have Thanksgiving. So
yeah, we still have Black Friday though. Yeah.
So you have Black Friday, which is based. It's only a thing because it's the day after Thanksgiving, which is an American holiday only. But you guys still have that.
Yeah, we have that as well. Yeah.
And it's the same day, the day after our Thanksgiving.
No, I don't think it's the same day.
I think it's the Friday before Christmas, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, at least
it's the last Friday before Christmas, and like everyone gets like super pissed up as well, don't they? So they call it like the Black Friday, isn't it? So it's to do with sales, and it's to do with like getting fucked.
Right.
Absolutely.
Man, I have a feeling Smokesteve ain't coming back, and I don't know what we're gonna do about it.
Surely he is.
You could mess
don't
with
think
Smoke Wife
I can.
or Last Dance.
I don't have a direct well, no, I do have a direct contact with Smokesteve's wife, so I could reach out to her that way. But
Hey,
Last
do
Dance,
you know any info on? I don't know if I've asked this before, and if you told me, then I've forgotten. But going back to Hayden, obviously his other sidekick who used to do a lot of work
Graham?
with him. Yeah, are they still friends? Are they still together, friends?
Yes, yeah. Graham
oh, they are.
was. He's. I think he's listed because Hayden did that movie.
Yeah.
And Graham, I believe, was a producer on that.
Ah,
so I'm
right.
sure he had a lot. It was probably a lot of technical work he did. With that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Graham. I wish he was still around.
I'm glad to hear that because they were good together. They seemed pretty
Yeah,
close. But
yeah, definitely.
We've mentioned Hayden sometimes, but I thought, we've never mentioned Graham. I wonder if he's around. Is everything's still all right with him? So it's good to know.
Hayden had good. Smokesteve did come back. Hayden had this, kind of side project in this radio channel he had going for a while.
That's right.
So he wanted me to do. I was going to do podcasts on it, and it was a complete shit show. But it was still this radio station that Hayden was trying to get going. So I did a podcast with Graham. So I spent 2 hours, and it was right at the beginning of COVID. So it was a lot of COVID talk. But it's on my YouTube channel. The two-part thing that I did with Graham. It was fun shooting back and forth about his ideas and stuff because he's very opinionated. Graham is.
Yeah. I had a good couple of chats with him. He's like I said, came across as a really good guy.
Yeah, I like Graham. I like Graham a lot.
And also, Hayden's and Graham's movie got elected to the top 10 best indie films of the year in the UK.
Oh, did it? I didn't know that.
Oh, wow.
So,
is there any way to see that thing yet? Like, you gotta.
I don't think so.
There's no way to like pay, $2 and it takes you to a website and you can download it or something.
Yeah.
You don't know.
I don't think so.
Right.
There should be something out there, shouldn't there? Because it's it would have been out of its feature time now, so it would it should be just available, really, shouldn't it? Now
unless maybe he's holding on, maybe just in case it got picked up by somebody or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I talked to him.
So.
I talked to him not that long ago, and I told him, I'm like, dude, you need to come back on here. This is. You started this, and it's going 4 years later, and it'd be cool to just sit down and spend an hour with you, 2 hours with you, and talk about shit.
Yeah.
And he was going to. He said he just he needs to pick a weekend where he can because what time is it there?
Like 12:30 when we start.
No, it's later than that. To where those guys are?
12:30 when we start.
Oh,
4:20.
Yeah.
It's 4:22.
Right. 4:20. So I get that he's and he had and I don't think I'm out of line by saying this. He had some he kind of had a little bit of a breakdown or something. I don't know what he would call it.
Right.
So, but yeah, he had some issues he had to work out. But
yeah,
Hayden,
I don't think that was really public. So,
huh?
I don't.
No, I think it was. I think he said it on his Twitter account.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I miss the old boy.
Who left? RW.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, I guess Cup of Tea ain't gonna call in. I thought we were getting somewhere. I thought there might be like a slight chance, with the Christmas spirit going around and everything. Cup of Tea might have been like, you know what? Aphid is right. I'm going to call in and talk with those guys. But I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's The worst was not Keith Moon. Keith Moon was fun. Keith Moon always filled me in on the. Oh, Cup of Tea says he can call in. He's not going to call in. He's not going to call in. Do you think Cup of Tea is serious right there? Smokesteve, do you think he's going to call in?
Well,
it would be a first in almost 4 years now.
Well, I'm going to bed, but if Cup of Tea is going to come on, I'd like to stay on the panel and just
see.
Yeah,
see, you got Base that's willing to sacrifice his well-being. And
Cup of Tea, you do not have to turn your camera on. I would completely allow you not to. Just put your fingers in front of it and give me the symbol.
It's really
next
simple.
week. Yeah, next week. He could call it.
Yeah, Cup of Tea. It's got like a camera thing on your left-hand side in the middle of the screen. You'll see it. You just press that, and it'll cancel the camera out.
Yeah, he's not going to do it.
He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it next week. He's not going to do it next week either.
Just keep coming back.
He'll come back.
That's right.
He'll come back. There's nothing you could say. There's nothing you could say to him, Smokesteve, that would keep him away.
Exactly.
Right, I'm off to bed as well.
All right, yeah, Smokesteve, let's go. Let's cut it.
No, let's be. Lee's gonna split, but Aphid, let's chat.
All right. Let me hold on. Let me get
Look
a beer.
after yourselves. Have a good week.
All right, see you, Leon. Take care, buddy.
I haven't said it for a long time, Steve, but once again, thanks for your time and effort, mate. It's much appreciated. So
thanks for being here, brother.
No problems. See you next week. Are you planning to be around next Saturday or is it Friday? I've missed a couple of Fridays.
Should be Saturday.
Cool.
Should be Saturday.
Right. Well, look after yourselves, guys, and I will speak to you soon.
See you, Lee. Always good to see you, buddy.
And you.
Peace.
Bye.
What's up, Smokesteve?
Aphid, were you excited about our current president?
Are you talking about Joe Biden or?
Yes.
No. What? Did I seem like I was? Did I put that vibe off?
Are you excited about the prospect of the new president?
No. Right now, I'm about equally as excited as I was for Biden.
Now the triple threat, the final question. As unexcited as you are about Biden, are you less excited about Trump or more excited or about the same?
Well, because I was so invested in, the whole Trump thing, I was like, I'm like 50, I'm going to be 52 this year, for Christ's sake. And I was like, I'm not going to get, because I was never like really a political person. I knew what was going on, but I wasn't like that invested. And when Trump was in office, I was like, wanting to know what's going on and because I just did not agree with any direction he was taking the country. And I was like, I can't let that bother me. So this election, I was like, I'm not going to get emotional if he wins because I thought that it was at least a 50-50 shot that he was going to be our next president. So at this point, I'm hoping that I just don't pay attention to it because I think that it's just better that if you're not wasting, so much time of your life following politics, it can only be good,
Sure. Yeah, so,
am I excited? No. Am I less excited? I wouldn't put my excitement level that high for Biden. So it's definitely lower with Trump, but that's such a low bar to begin with. Like tonight, those guys are so, I'd much rather be talking about, something totally not related to that.
Yeah, with Trump, I do have some optimism for change. I'm not one who looks at him and says it's Trump. Like I immediately have to hate him.
Right.
Excuse me. I feel like our current administration was lackluster, and I'm hoping that
it was.
I'm hoping that his is more impactful and more positive. Um, trying to predict it is impossible.
Yeah, what do you mean
If
by
you
positive?
Well, here's the thing: if you're trying to predict it, then I think you're applying like your prejudices towards the party and the people that are involved with him, and him in and of himself,
Right.
other than looking at the general possibility for the country. Like positive, I would mean, what do I want to say would be positive? Like making it so Americans can afford to buy homes. Like you and I,
Right.
if we were now who we were when we bought homes, at least I can say this for myself, I would have a really hard time buying a house now.
Yeah.
As opposed to when I had the opportunity to, somewhere
Right.
around 9 years ago for me. I got in, and now, like, now they're telling me my house is worth, like, I haven't done much, and especially since the appraisers know, because they can't see inside. Like, it ain't gone up $200,000 in value from the street. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, but
according
it
to,
has. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. That
Right.
seems crazy, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that has a lot to do with who's ever in office, to be honest with you, though.
Well, I
I mean,
mean, the
it can
economy,
be affected, but
it can be.
I don't know if I don't know if I get too excited that once I think things are. I think that the main thing that we're having financial stress right now, it's probably the best way to put it, is because we had a pandemic and we're still recovering from it, and the whole world is, and the United States is doing pretty much better than anybody else, or percentage wise better than most people. And
Yeah,
I
but
don't
I
know if
suppose.
I think it's going in a good direction, so I think it's going to continue to go in that good direction. The tariff thing kind of scares me. I don't know if like inflation's going to improve much with that. If he starts laying the gauntlet down with tariffs, I'm kind of worried about the inflation part of it, because
I
inflation
think
is the thing that we're affected with most. It seems like, because our property
I
value is going up, so our worth is going up.
I
But
think the inflation thing is a bargaining chip. I don't think he's really going to do it. Not the inflation,
the
the
tariff thing,
tariff. Yeah,
I hope so. You
I
could be
think
right.
he's using it as a business move, and I don't think it's going to happen personally. But the prospect is scary, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to do. That's why either he's crazy and he's going to derail everything if he does it, or he's using it as a bargaining chip, and it's completely obvious. Because I don't see any middle ground. Like, I see if he does it, it's going to cause huge rift, huge wave, uh, major problem in the market, like to the point that right now people, these appliance stores and stuff are doing these Black Friday sales to the end of December. Dude, you should see their sales. People are pre-buying everything now,
Really?
and it's going to bump up a huge amount of sales, I think, in the economy, and it's going to be a great start to his quarter. This threat, yeah, it's incredible. Trust me, I know firsthand, and I think it's all just part of his scheme to create a little bit of panic, a little bit of buying, and then a negotiating chip to get things cheaper here to America.
You're right. Right. I mean, I hope things go great for him. Like you said at the beginning of the show, you were saying like, you can't like hoping he fails. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
I
that would
don't
be
care if
failure
people.
for
I
our
don't care if
country.
people. I don't care what other people think. So if he does great and people love him, as long as for me, my life changes in the positive. I don't care. Why do I care?
Yeah, and I thought the same about Biden. Like, I wanted him to be a
Right.
good president,
Right.
and I never saw Biden as this woke lefty. fucking
No, I don't think he
woke
was.
ass brigade.
I think
but,
she probably would have been more so.
Yeah, but once I saw him like bringing all these fucking people in, to the military that were not maybe what I would see as like stiff upper lip military types.
Right.
I was like, what the fuck, like where's this going to begin? Where's this going to end? And then it became that he was way more woke. Either that or he was just not conscious of what his handlers were doing, which is entirely possible. That he
Yeah,
was so
totally,
fucking
man. I mean,
out
you
of
look
it.
at him. It's hard for you to say that it's not that way.
They might have said, this person who's worked their way up in the ranks, yada yada, achieved all these yada, and fucking said, they've transitioned also as well. And he's not going to say, well, I can't, that doesn't matter. Like he didn't even probably. He probably just okays this shit with the check mark and a signature. I don't think.
Yeah.
He thinks beyond that. I don't know. Like, part of me is an American who wants freedom for everybody, but I'm also a traditionalist in a sense. So the whole thing gets shady,
Yeah.
when you're talking about. It's hard to put into words without fumbling in this scenario.
Right. Fumble.
I guess we ain't getting our guy. We gave him an extra like 7-8 minutes here.
Yeah.
Well, dog, you've been great.
Yeah, man. I'm like feeling. I skated last night, and I'm feeling it a little bit.
Go smoke yourself some of the Wackle tobacco, and lay down and sleep for like an hour and a half because I know that's all you can do. But,
yeah, that's about it.
Yeah,
I'm going to, man. Always good to see you, man.
You too, buddy.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, enjoy. All right, everybody. Everyone who's here. Mr. Kelsey came back. Oh, what up, dog? Love you. Cup of tea. There are 4 lights. You're the man. Thank you for being here, brother. You're the bomb. I'm going to scroll up. We got English Bottle Cap, Johnny Grammaticus. Oh, man, you guys are all the best. Oh, yeah. The bomb. All my brother. And Aphid Lip, of course. Lee, RW. We had English-based Welshman. Anybody else who I missed, please forgive me. You've all been wonderful. I really enjoy this. We had a great night tonight. And you know what? Last Dance, I hope you had a good night, and we'll catch you next Saturday. And thus brings Smokesteve's International Pub to an end. I really appreciate everybody, because without you, this would not exist. Thank you very much for being here. Peace and love. Good night.